All right, here we are. I think we are live over on the YouTubes. Gonna be doing some game development this weekend for the GMTK Game Jam. Of course, this is put on by Mark Brown of the Game Maker's Toolkit. He's got an excellent YouTube channel, and he puts on a game jam every year. I think this is probably going to be like the 4th or 5th year that he's done it, and this is actually going to be the first time that I've participated in the GMTK Game Jam. Usually I do the Ludum Dare game jams, the 48-hour game jam. And so this is going to be pretty similar. It's going to be a 48-hour game jam. It's starting at noon Pacific time today. So as you can tell by the counter that I have down here somewhere, we're about 2 hours away from the GMTK Game Jam theme being revealed. And then it's going to be going for 48 hours after that. So really exciting. Basically, I kind of just wanted to start this stream a little bit early so I can kind of prepare myself for the game jam. I can show you guys all kind of my process of how I set up my GitHub repo, my Unity projects, everything like that. And then I can just kind of like hang out and chat about some of the ideas that I'm having for some of the games that that I make. So seems like we've got a couple viewers live right now. If you're in the chat, shout out, say hello. But let's see here. I'm gonna move over to my desktop. Got to figure out how I want to have this stream set up. But so yeah, this is the game jam page right here. And so yeah, it looks like there's 16.7 thousand people who say they're going to be participating in this game jam, which this is by far going to be the largest game jam that I've been a part of. I think the previous Ludum Dare game jam that I did, I want to say that was back in April, a couple months ago. That I think that was the biggest Ludum Dare game jam event. Because I think a lot of people are stuck at home for some reason. Not entirely sure why, but yeah. So there's been really good turnouts on game jams. So lots of awesome and creative ideas come out of game jams. So they're a ton of fun. I'm a huge proponent of game jams. Actually, I want to look that up. Let's see what's going over on the LD Jam website over here. So Ludum Dare 46. This was the actual game. I guess if we go over to results, stats. That's what we're looking for. Number of submissions. So there was almost 5,000 submissions. Which is pretty excellent. And I feel like I want to say there was probably about like 9,000 people who said they were going to be participating in it. So it seemed like maybe a little bit more than half actually ended up submitting a game. So if we kind of extrapolate that out, there's going to be, a lot of games, probably 8,000 or more. It seems like. Being submitted. Hey, someone knows about Ludum Dare. Yeah, such a fun game jam. I've done a bunch of these Ludum Dare game jams. I think maybe at some point we can kind of walk through some of the games that I made on this stream here. But yeah, anyways, I think let's get into it. First thing, I just want to start by, let's go over to my GitHub account here. And I'm going to make a new repository. So this is going to be for the GMTK 2020-jam, we'll call it. And so of course I'm going to have this as a public repo. I'm going to be setting up basically a link. As you can see, up in the top, I have a bunch of links going across. I guess I should probably get into kind of what all these links mean. Go to the full screen view here. But yeah, I have a bunch of links going up across the top. And so basically with this game jam, if you saw the video that I put out this morning about the 5 habits that I'm going to be implemented during this game jam, I really want to have like full transparency with the development of this game. So I want to have like live builds available for you guys to play throughout the duration of this game jam. So that's going to be there. Of course, I'm going to be regularly updating my source code, so that's something that's going to be there as well. I want to have a live running task list, and so that task list actually should be available right now. I'm doing it all through Notion, so this is basically kind of what my task looks like right now. You can't see that, but this is basically what my task list looks like right now. So first thing I'm going to do is set up my GitHub repository. After that, I'm going to set up my Unity project. So if you go in here, you'll see that I have a couple things that I want to set up on my Unity project before the game jam actually starts. And then I want to like create an empty build of my game and just have just an empty build with a static screen up before the jam actually starts. Because a lot of times in these game jams, I've pretty much waited to like the last, like submission hour when I finally like create a build of my game for the first time. And turns out you run into a couple issues when you do that. So this time around, I just really want to be ahead of the ball and just be regularly putting out builds out onto the webs, and of course you guys will all be able to play those. So anyways, let's get back to creating this GitHub repository here. So for description, so this is the Game Makers Toolkit 2020 Jam. Do that. I like just adding in the regular Unity git ignore. And let's put an MIT license in here. Why not? Okay. So, kind of have our base repository here. Looks like GitHub slightly changed their UI a little bit. Got these nice rounded corners on there. That's neat. Go ahead and copy this. And so now it's time to actually go ahead and open up Unity. I don't know how much time we're going to have before this jam, but maybe I can show you off some of the projects that I've been working on. One of the cool things that I've actually been working on is a flow field pathfinding algorithm. So, hey, maybe we'll have some time that I can show you that off a little bit. So yeah, here is a good question. Do I want to use Unity 2019.4 or 2020.1, the beta? I see someone in the chat. Good luck and have fun. Thank you so much. I'm definitely going to have fun. And then what time is it in your local time? Right now it's about 10 a.m. So the game jam is actually going to start around, or not around, at exactly noon. I'm in the Pacific time zone right now. So, I kind of want to use the Unity 2020 beta, but I don't know. I've been working in the Unity 2020 beta quite a bit, but I mean, I don't think there's anything that I like really need from the Unity beta, so I think I'll just go ahead and get the latest version of 2019.4 if I don't have that already. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so it looks like there is a newer version of the LTS. I think this is probably the right thing to do just because it's the long-term support and I don't want to run into any crazy weird issues. Oh, I also need to install WebGL build support, so that's good that I'm actually doing this. See, this is why we do these kinds of things ahead of time. All right. So while this is installing, one thing that I kind of wanted to do is if we go over to the GMTK Game Jam page, we can go over to check out some of the past winners, and this is going to show off some of the themes of the previous game jams, some of the themes of the previous GMTK jams. Appreciate the good wishes, Travis. Let's see. Oof, Game Jam starts midnight local time. So, yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. Send me what you got. Even if it's not, completely finished. None of these Game Jam games are ever really finished. But, just do your best and do what you can. But I guess that's kind of cool that it starts past midnight. I don't know how much you're going to want to stay up after that, but, you can go to bed, sleep on it, think of some good ideas, and then, so I guess the way that would work out is you'd have 2 basically full days of development. So for me, it kind of starts halfway through the day, so I kind of have, half of today, Friday, and then I have all of Saturday, and then I have the beginning half of Sunday. So, just kind of how that all plays out. So yeah, anyways, looks like the GMTK Game Jam has been going on since 2017. So we have 2017, 2018, 2019, and then 2020. So this is going to be the 4th. So looking at the themes here. So the 2017's theme was dual purpose design. So the one thing that I do typically like about the GMTK jams, I've like I said, I've never participated in one of the GMTK jams, but I have kind of like watched it from afar. I've watched out some of the videos that Mark's put out about some of the winners and kind of the idea behind the jam and all that, and obviously the GMTK Game Maker's Toolkit is a game design focused channel. So it really, highlights unique design. So I want to make something with some unique design. But does Turbo make games, though? I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. The jam starts in 2 hours, and then in 48 hours, we'll see if I make games or make a game, hopefully, at least. All the best. Let's have fun. I know I'm super excited and really excited to see what you all create. Again, if you guys are all participating in the game jam at all, you can submit your game to me, and then I'm going to be playing it on a live stream next week. I think Tuesday morning. I'll probably start going live around 9 or 10 a.m. And I want to play all your games and see what you've created, and then give you some feedback on them. Just kind of talk about things that I think you could have done maybe a little bit better, and talk about some of the things that you did really well. So again, yeah, these game jams are always super exciting. See how this Unity install is going. Okay, it's still installing. So yeah, anyways, dual purpose design. So that was kind of the theme here. You can always tell with the winners, they have like a good cover image. So, I'm not really the greatest artist. I'm more, kind of on the programming side in general for things. So, but some of them do kind of have like simple little artworks. And ooh, this is cool. This is like an animated GIF when you hover over it. So I think that's something that's could be cool. And yeah, it shows off like a unique art style and everything. So having a nice art style that stands out is something that's really important. I had mentioned on the video that I put out this morning that if I go back to this, I really like this color scheme that they have going here, like the black background, the white text, and then you got like the hot pink highlights. So I don't know if I'm going to incorporate that at all into my game. We'll see. I don't know, exactly the game that I want. I don't have like a super clear idea yet, but I know that I do want to make some type of like turn-based fighting mechanics in the game. But yeah. So, anyways, looking at the 2018 theme is genre without mechanic. Genre without mechanic. So yeah, you can kind of see how this really forces you to come up with some really creative things for the design of your game. One thing that I always like to do with my game jam entries is to incorporate the theme directly into the mechanic. So for example, say if we go over to, actually let me pull up just my itch.io page here. So yeah, here's kind of some of the game jam games that I made. Also, my game Escape the DJ Booth is on sale right now. Extended the summer sale just a little bit, so you can go check that out if you want to. It's only on sale for 98 cents. Anyways, we can look at some of the game jam games that I made. So this one, a dwindling hero. And so the theme for this one was running out of power. And then so I kind of like took a literal approach on this. And this is actually the first game jam that I ever participated in. As of course the classic Free Johnny logo. And so yeah, this is the a dwindling hero game. And the theme was running out of power. The idea of the game is basically you play as a superhero who's kind of like aged over time, and he's starting to run out of power. So after you beat every level, instead of like choosing what kind of stats you want to increase, you choose which stats you want to decrease, because he loses power over time. So that's kind of like how I incorporated the mechanic or the theme into the mechanic. So again, that's kind of fun there. Please add the Discord channel link in the description, of course. Let's see here. You can just go to tmg.dev/discord, but I will put it in the links as well. Let's put it right here. All right, there you go. Discord link is in the description. I guess I can just drop it in the chat here as well. Discord. Alrighty. So yeah, that was another thing that I wanted to do. I guess I can go. I'm gonna create a short link for the GitHub. So again, I want to have the live code available for you all, so you can take a look at my code and let me know what I can do better. Let me know what you like. So let's see here. I'm doing this off screen right now. I'm kind of in the back end of my website, so I don't want to dox myself over here. Yeah, I kind of want to figure out how exactly I want to set this all up, so I can kind of have like the chat open. Of course, I want to have the Discord open here. So again, yeah, I just dropped the link to the Discord in the chat, so feel free to come join over there. I have a channel set up in the Discord for game jams specifically. So you know, if you're participating in the GMTK Jam, feel free to share your progress in there and just kind of like hang out. Let us know how things are going, what you're thinking for your game idea once the theme is revealed. And then, of course, I'll have that Game Jams channel open after this Game Jam. So you can let us know if there are any cool Game Jams that are coming up that you know, maybe want some other people to participate in. Or if you participated in a Game Jam and you made it something cool, feel free to show your stuff off there. So let's see that. GMTK 2020 dash code. I think that's what I called it. Dash code. Wild West Drift says, what has the largest donation been? I think it's been $1,000, and you need to actually beat that donation right now, Wild West Drift. I'm only kidding. I think you're still the largest donation at the $10 on the last live stream we did, the live stream that we did with Charles from Infallible Code, which was a fun kind of hangout stream. So today is going to be a little bit different. We're going to be doing some actual game development today, which is always exciting because, you know, Turbo makes games. Okay. All right, so here we go. The Unity the Unity install has installed. So go ahead and create a new project on 2019. Dang, Wild West Drift. Hey man, you should be working right now. All right, sweet. And then I see Xanark. I see in the Discord over there. So that is awesome. Excited for this theme reveal. So still got about a little over an hour and a half until the theme is revealed. So anyways, project name. So this is going to be for the GMTK 2020. Yeah, I'll just call it that. Hang on, I need to look this up. Because I have this kind of like process that that I go through when I create my GitHub repos. So just make sure I have everything set up exactly how I wanted. Got Jeremy saying first time watching, gonna participate. Is the theme revealed at the start? Yes, the theme is revealed at the start. In fact, I have the YouTube video. It's set to premiere in 95 minutes, and so this is the actual theme reveal here. Looks like we got 2,000 people waiting for the theme to drop. I'm sure that number is going to greatly increase over the next hour and a half. But yeah, seems like there's a pretty active chat over here. Everyone talking about the Game Jam, giving people encouragement. So this is the awesome thing about Game Jams is the community around the Game Jams is everyone's just like super positive, willing to help out each other. I mean, of course, we're all kind of like in the midst of our own projects and everything like that. So like we're not really, a lot of people aren't going to be like working or like making work for each other. But you do see that kind of thing happen a little bit. But I mean, everyone's just super positive, always willing to give like feedback because I mean, when there's like 16,000 people or whatever participating in the game jam, chances are that, there's going to be a good amount of people who are taking a break for a little bit of time, taking a break from their project, and they just want to see, what some of the other people made, and, give some critiques on it. So yeah, just super positive always. And especially after the game jam is done, the coolest part is going through and playing all the other games that were submitted, looking at everyone's take on the particular themes, and just seeing the cool creative things that people came out with. So anyways, let's see, where was I? Making that GitHub repository here. So that's right, before I make the project, I need to clone it. I'm going to try and do this all through Visual Studio, because that's what I'm actually going to be using. Here we go, clone a repository. I think it copied. So yeah, this lately I've been using just Visual Studio to make all my commits to GitHub and everything like that. In the past, I've used a program called SourceTree, which works pretty well. But again, one of the things that I said in the video that I put out this morning about the 5 habits that I want to implement during this game jam, one of them is committing to GitHub frequently. Specifically, I want to try to commit to GitHub after I implement every single feature, which is pretty much how you're supposed to be using version control. But usually when I'm in the midst of game jams, or even just kind of like in development in general, I usually only do GitHub repos or GitHub commits at the end of the day, which is better than nothing, admittedly, but you really get all the benefits from source control when you frequently commit to GitHub. So this is something that I'm going to be implementing today because it's just something that I want to get in the habit more of. So anyways, the GMTK 2020. So go ahead and clone it. Hello, hello. I always have a tough time pronouncing your name. I see you in the comments on a bunch of my videos, but Scansquito. I'm not sure exactly how to say your name, but welcome. Glad to have you here. So anyways, I think it's about time to go ahead and crack open the, let me see if I can full screen this guy here. About time to crack open the kombucha. Gotta have yourself plenty of kombucha for the game jams. Pretty much live off of this stuff during the game jams. Did go to the store this morning to load up on some snacks for the game jam, so we'll definitely be breaking those out at some point. Okay, let's see, so I'll close out of Visual Studio and can go back to Unity. Now we're finally good to create the project. I think it's gonna yell at me for calling the project name the same thing. Call it dash project. Okay. Let's exciting. This is exciting. Unity is opening. Yes, you can have access to my network. So anyways, how's everyone doing? How's the weather where you're at? Oh, realized that I'm still in the full screen here. But we're opening Unity now. All right, hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. I mean, we're still kind of just getting started, so right now we're just kind of hanging out, chit-chatting. We can kind of go back to talking about some of the themes, some of the past themes, and some of the other game jams. Okay, we see it's sunny here. It's pretty sunny. We got a little bit of clouds. I think it's supposed to be like almost 90 degrees today. So it's gonna get pretty warm during the middle of the day. But weather looks good. All right, so we've got Unity open. So yeah, let's take a quick little detour back to the previous GMTK jams. So the 2018's theme was genre without mechanic. Genre without mechanic. Never really been a huge fan of the themes like this, genre without mechanic. Or there was a jam that I did, a Ludum Dare jam, where it was like combine two incompatible genres or something like that. Dang, it's already 92 for you. It's getting toasty. Is it supposed to get any hotter than that? Is it kind of middle of the day? What time is it for you? I live in California. Live in the San Francisco Bay Area. So I feel like throughout most of the year the weather is basically just 70 degrees, but it's 70 degrees but feels a little warmer or feels a little cooler depending on what time of year. Florida, okay. Hope you're staying safe out there, my friend. Yeah, 1:30. Okay, cool. Yeah, I feel like on the East Coast it's a pretty good time for the jam to start. So it starts at 3 p.m. today, so you basically have all the rest of tonight, and then you're gonna have all of Saturday, and then you can wake up whenever you do on Sunday, and then you'll have all the way up until 3 p.m. So I think the timing works out pretty good for that. This is probably gonna be the earliest that I've started a jam. COVID capital. Woof. But yeah, I think this is probably the earliest that I've started a jam. The shout out to the Italian in the chat over there. Glad to have you here. And hey, if you're enjoying the stream so far, I mean, we're gonna get into it. Let's see, the jam starts a little under an hour and a half away, but so we're gonna be really getting into it soon. So anyways, if you've been enjoying it so far, make sure you hit that like button. I think it's gonna really help it out in the YouTube algorithm and all that. But yeah, I mean, this should be fun. So anyways, yeah, the 2019's theme was only one. So I think a theme like this is a little bit better. That's a pretty open-ended theme, so there's like a ton of different ways that you could take that. Kind of with my pattern of combining the only one into the game mechanics. I mean, it kind of makes it a little bit of a boring game if you were to only have one thing, a certain game mechanic, but maybe you could play with that. Maybe you have a bunch of things, but you can, you have to only choose one for a particular fight or something like that. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, those are the previous themes. So again, we have only one, genre without a mechanic, dual purpose design, and then whatever theme is revealed today. We're only 83 minutes away. 83 minutes away. So anyways, I guess we can kind of come back to Unity and continue getting things set up here. So yeah, basically kind of want to get everything, I want to get everything like set up as much as I can without actually starting development before the theme is announced, because I don't want to be wasting a bunch of time, like setting up, oh, here's my scripts folder. So we'll do a scripts folder. I guess I'll just do a general art folder. I'm not sure if this is going to be a 2D game or a 3D game yet. Most likely a 2D game. I mean, 3D games are great and all, but I feel like my artistic abilities are a little bit more geared towards 2D, and so 2D games are always fun. Jeremy asked, do you plan on using ECS? I don't think so. The Ludum Dare game jam that I did back in April, I did use ECS, and that was a ton of fun, and I learned a bunch of stuff. But I've been working in ECS quite a bit lately. And again, if we have some time, I might show off kind of some of the stuff that I've been working on a little bit. But I've been working in ECS quite a bit, so I think it's probably good for me to take a break from that and just kind of do some traditional Unity programming. If there is maybe a reason to have a bunch of things on screen or something like that, then maybe I'll look into using the C# job system for some things, because that's kind of like a good middle ground between a pure ECS approach and pure just traditional mono behaviors. I appreciate the kind words, Demetrius. Thank you so much for stopping by. And should be a very fun weekend. I'm really excited for this jam. I've been looking forward to it for quite a long time. I know Mark put out the announcement for it several months ago now, and so this is something that I pretty much put on my calendar right away, and I like blocked this weekend off, like make sure that I'm free, not doing anything else this weekend, so I can finally participate in a GMTK jam. Hello to that one gamer. What's going on? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, anyways, okay, so I guess one thing I could talk about before I get a little bit deeper into setting up my Unity project. Some of you maybe have seen the 5 habits that I made, or the video that I put out this morning on the 5 habits that I made for the GMTK game jam. Real quickly, that one gamer asked, what is the GMTK jam? So it's the Game Maker's Toolkit jam. So it's put on by Mark Brown, who runs the YouTube channel Game Maker's Toolkit, which is really an excellent YouTube channel. He does a great job at like breaking down design in video games, AAA and really popular indie games. And so yeah, he's a total fanatic of unique design and making interesting choices. So yeah, you should definitely go check out that channel. And so this is the game jam that he puts on every single year. So this is actually going to be the first time that I've been available to participate in one of the GMTK jams. So anyways, I did have 5 habits that I want to implement during the course of this jam. Let me see if I can remember them without looking them up. So one of them is going to be build early and build often. So one of the problems that I've ran into in game jams that I've done in the past is I wait until like the last, couple hours before I actually make the first actual build of my game. Most of the time I'm just like testing things within the editor, and it's no good. Well, I mean, it's fine, but you run into some issues a lot of times when you make the first couple builds of your game, and so that's something that I really just want to be ahead of the curve on. Yeah, I mean, I think that's mostly it. Totally lost my train of thought. Anyways, let's see. The second one would be to commit to GitHub early and commit to GitHub often. So that's something that that's another habit of mine that I just want to do more often, is being frequently committing to GitHub. So committing after like every single feature that I add into the game, or if I change anything like that, because that's kind of the proper way to use version control, rather than what I typically do, where I'll just commit to GitHub like when I go out to lunch, or just at the end of the day. So I mean, it's better than nothing, but really not using GitHub in the way that you're supposed to. So I think the third one was going to be that I was going to have a running list of tasks, which I do have available. One of the links up in the top here basically links off to it. I guess I could just pull it up in Notion right here. But yeah, so this is basically the running list of tasks. So we can say GitHub repo. It's still kind of in progress. I want to make my first commit before I actually commit that one. The Unity project, I want to get some things set up before time, and then create an empty build of the game. That's something that I'll be working on after that. So yeah, just have a running list of tasks. And again, this link is basically available online, so you guys can go check it out and just kind of see what things that I'm going to be putting into my games, and what things I've planned and all that. Okay, so the fourth one is the one that again, it's just another habit that I don't do too often, and is something that I want to get in the habit of doing more. And it's the one thing that I'm definitely going to be regretting making myself do within this jam, and that is to implement unit tests. So unit tests is something that I really do not do all that often, but I've been watching quite a bit of the Infallible Code YouTube channel. Of course, I did a live stream with him, was that like a month or two ago now? A little while ago. And he's pretty big on test-driven development. So just, always having good test coverage for all your code, making sure you're testing all those edge cases and things like that. I don't want to be like super strict about it, but I do want to have a good amount of unit tests in there for some of the key systems. He's a really big proponent of unit testing and test-driven development, just because anytime you implement something new, you can just hit run tests and it goes click, 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 through everything, and then you get all the green check marks, and if something ever breaks, you get a real big red X, and then that this little bit of code that you implemented, it breaks something else, and right away, and you don't have to do all these weird debug situations to find out these edge cases of when certain things break. Let's see, just catching up on the chat here. So that one gamer, I have not made an FPS in a jam. I have not made an FPS in a jam. I don't typically make FPSs. A first person shooter was actually the first game that I made back in college, and it was fine. I had a good time making it. I learned a bunch, but yeah, I typically just don't make first person shooters in general. Not that I dislike them, but I don't know. I feel like there's a lot more interesting things that can be done outside of the first person shooter genre, and I typically gravitate towards those things. Again, not knocking first person shooters, or if anyone wants to make any first person shooters, I do come across quite a bit of them in like when I'm going through and playing the other people's games after the jam is submitted. And then also asking why GitHub instead of Unity Collab. So GitHub is basically just what I'm most familiar with. I've been using GitHub for quite a while now, and to be honest, I've never even used Unity Collab. I've looked into it very briefly, and it seems interesting, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like, GitHub works pretty much well enough for what I need right now. And Unity Collab, it's never like something that I like needed to look into for any reason, like any deeper than I have. But it seems like a fine service. I don't know. Does anyone have any experience with Unity Collab, and what do they think between that compared to GitHub? And then, so yeah, going back to the 5 habits. So I think I've mentioned 4. So then the final habit was that I want to actually implement some audio and visual effects into the game. So that's pretty much like in most of my game jam games, the last thing that I don't really have a whole lot of time for is actually implementing those like audio and visual effects, which is unfortunate because I think those things are like so important to how a game feels to play. It's something you don't often realize when you're playing the game because it's just there and it just feels like it should be there. Just, the simple graphical and audio effects, but it really goes a long way to making the game feel, like an actual game. So what's going on, Gary? Appreciate you've been liking the vids. So excited that you're here to hang out for a little bit before we get started on this game jam. And yeah, hopefully you'll stick around. Hopefully everyone sticks around. So let's see, a little bit over an hour to go before the theme is revealed. So yeah, I'm going to continue just kind of setting up this Unity project here. So did not want to do that. That was actually one of the cool things that I learned. If you go to like create a new C# script, obviously it's going to be here, and it asks you to type in whatever the name is for the script. But if you just hit escape, like if you didn't mean to do that, you can just hit escape. That just disappears. So that was something kind of cool. It was kind of funny. I like instinctively hit the escape key for whatever reason when I did that one time, and then it just disappeared. I'm like, oh, well, that's kind of cool. So anyways, here we go. We'll make a tests folder. Dang, yeah, that's too bad that you've been having some issues with syncing and corruption. I feel like, yeah, Git is cool. It's just, like it's tried and true. It's a good open sourced application. Like Git as opposed to GitHub. Obviously there's paid versions of GitHub because that's the online hosting portion of it. But I mean, Git is just so commonly used. It's, robust, reliable system. And so, yeah, that's too bad to hear that you've kind of had some issues with the Unity collab. I mean, I'm sure it works fine for the most part. And, Unity seems like a very proactive company where they're always trying to improve their software. They're really involved with the community and trying to make a good product for everybody. Yeah, no, that makes sense that Unity Collab is easy. It's just, built right into Unity. I think that's a huge benefit. When I get into actually coding, I have GitHub integrated with Visual Studio, so it's pretty easy as well. Oh, okay. So the bandwidth, yeah, because I mean, with Unity Collab, like it syncs all the assets and everything like that, right? Which I mean, it makes sense for bigger teams, especially if you're working with all kinds of artists and different people like that. So that kind of makes sense. Okay. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, luckily I have pretty decent internet where I am, but I know that's definitely not the case for everybody. Okay. Do I want to put any more folders for now? I think that should be fine. Let me do... Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and make first script. I was just going to do one script. Promise I'm not cheating, but I'm going to do one script before we actually start. That's going to be a, if I can spell, scene management script. Shoot, I always forget what the Unity scene management is called. I want to call it something different. I mean, I suppose I can just put it in a namespace. Oh well, too late. Scene manager. Yeah, I feel like Unity is pretty good about being aware of the issues that it has, and they're not afraid to say, hey, there's problems with this, you can use it, but use it at your own risk. I kind of respect that. I know Unity is a really big company, and they have a whole lot of people working around the world. Yeah, scene manager. So using Unity. Okay, yeah, so the namespace is Unity Engine.scene management, and then I'm going to use my namespace. We'll do tmg.gmtk 2020. Sure. So let me know how this code looks right here, if this is like a good size, or if I should go, I'm at 150% right now, and this is at 200%. I'd probably prefer to be, personally, I'd prefer to be at 150%, just so I can kind of see more on the screen at a time. I think if I'm going to be working with multiple files, I'll do a split down the middle and kind of have scripts side by side. Hello, DVOE Little. Devo. What's going on, man? But yeah, let me know how the script, the sizing of the script looks. Appreciate the good work. Appreciate the good well wishes there. Aren't we ECS in this bad boy or what? Yeah, I'm gonna go with or what. No, ECS is great, and I've been using it quite a bit, but I want to take a little bit of a break from ECS. Show your keyboard. Is this the keyboard that you're referring to here? Is this the one you wanted to see? I'm not using this one right now. I'll show you the one that I am actually using. Actually, I guess I can go back to here. Show you the one that I am actually using, because the one that I am using is pretty cool. I only showed off that other small one because I made a video on that keyboard a while ago, and it's at like 700,000 views right now, which is ridiculous. So anyways, let me see if you can see this here. So you can see that there's not a whole lot of letters on the keycaps. I mean, I guess I can, I don't want to grab the camera. But yeah, this is the keyboard. It's a DOS keyboard. I got the one with the blank keycaps. I did put on some of the green ducky caps on there. So that's the escape key. And then I got the enter key over there. I really like this keyboard a lot. I have the cherry blue switches in there. And so they're the super loud ones. So if the typing gets ever too annoying, maybe I can switch to another keyboard if it's too loud and annoying for you guys. But yeah, I mean, it's a great keyboard. It's got the media controls built in. And because I got the blank keycaps, it's just made me like so much of a better typist overall, because now I know like by heart where all the you know, random keys, random characters and everything like that are. So yeah, that's the thing. You just kind of gotta just jump right into the deep end with the blank keycaps. I definitely messed up a bunch when I first got the keyboard, and I still mess up a decent amount. But I think it's made me a much better typist overall. You recommend for beginners, are Unity Premium courses helpful? Are you referring to like the Unity Premium courses through Unity? I only really have limited experience with those. I know there's plenty of amazing free resources online through the Unity YouTube channel and other YouTube channels, of course my YouTube channel, and plenty of blogs and stuff that you can find really good content on. But the Unity Premium courses, I'd say they're super helpful. And if you have like a like Pro or Plus subscription to Unity, which I do, you basically get the Unity Learn Premium stuff for free, included with, I mean, not for free, but included with the engine purchase. Uh-oh, he's making a singleton. This is going to be a super crude singleton. Maybe I can make this a little bit better later. I should do a I appreciate the kind words on what you think about my videos. It sounds like if you are a newer developer, then go check out the video if you haven't already. I made like a big 4-hour tutorial on essentially how to make like a top-down twin stick shooter version of Doom. Is a pretty fun one. And Gary says, I've been a professional developer for 18 years. Singletons are fine. I appreciate the approval. I know a lot of people like freak out when you use singletons, but you know, Do what you got to do. Yeah, that makes sense that, they only become a problem when you have all these different dependencies between singletons, and yeah. They put 1 year learning premium in Humble Bundle. They do that on occasion. Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm sure you can get it for a cheap price there. I don't know if they're still doing this. Maybe we can take a look, but I know because of the whole stay-at-home orders and everything like that, the Unity Learn Premium was they were like basically offering like 3 months free. Wonder if that's still a thing here. Oh, supporting our community, we're making Learn Premium available to all users in perpetuity. Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, why not? They seem like the Unity Learn Premium stuff is just like good curated content. I know I had heard in the past that what was I going to say? That sometimes Unity basically told some of their staff to not always use the best coding practices. They basically just kind of said, as long as it gets the end result, that's fine. But I mean, at the end of the day, we're making games, and you can always go back and optimize things later. That's 5 ever. 5 ever. Perpetuity is 5 ever. How's it going, Yusuf? Welcome to the stream. Glad you've been enjoying the videos. All right, and we're actually under an hour away now from the theme reveal of the GMTK Game Jam 2020. We got the chat going off. I see some people talking about the Milk Gang. Anyone here in the chat know about the Milk Gang? I'm sure you guys have to know about the Milk Gang. Come on. It's huge. And I did see someone asking about Playmaker. I have not really used Playmaker. I did get Unity gave me a what you call it, like a license, I guess, for Bolt, the visual scripting editor stuff that they now like recently purchased. And I haven't used that yet. Playmaker is interesting because it's supposed to be built off of dots, so that's something that I want to look into more when it comes closer to a full release. Okay. I knew there was going to be some people in here that knew about Danny. I didn't see his video from today, but I'm sure it was hilarious. All right. Actually, yeah, I don't need this on there. I think that should be pretty good. Yeah, beat you to it. The visual scripting, yeah. I mean, I guess I can talk about. Oh, I'm on the full screen here. I guess I can talk a little bit about what I think about visual scripting in general. I think visual scripting is fine. It's like an awesome way to get in the door for newer programmers, because you don't need to worry about, did I put like a semicolon at the end, and do I need like, what are all these weird little kind of nuances. Oh, someone's gonna start doing some yard work. I'm gonna close my window here. You don't need to worry about all the weird syntax stuff like that of programming. You can really just focus on the logic, and that's what I think is really the most important part about programming, is just learning how to think like a computer, for lack of a better term. So yeah, I mean, like when you kind of like understand the logic, I think you get to a point where like programming languages are a lot easier to pick up because there's so many there's so many like commonalities between everything. So I think, yeah, visual scripting is a great way to get in the door for people. Some of the issues I have with visual scripting is, if you start adding a whole lot of complexity, then, you have all the, arrows and boxes crossing over each other. And then, just kind of like managing that all becomes a huge task in and of itself. But I think it's great for like learning the logic and everything like that. So does anyone else have any good experience with, or more extensive experience with visual scripting type stuff? And I have not used the animation rig package in Unity. Here's a little secret about me that, I share with people sometimes. I hate 3D animation. I can't stand 3D animation. When I was in college, the cool thing about the college that I went to is like I studied game development in college, and so we pretty much took like low level classes for everything. So like everyone took the beginner game programming class. Everyone took the beginner art and animation classes, and so we were really exposed to a good breadth of things. And I think that was a really good idea, because maybe you figure out some things that you're maybe much more interested in than you thought you were, and then you can kind of go down that career path. And it also just gives you like a good understanding when you are working with different artists or other people in different disciplines of game development. Then you can kind of understand some of the challenges that they're going through. So anyways, when I took the 3D animation class, I did not like it at all. It was I just did not like how you'd spend like weeks and weeks and weeks working on a scene, and like just like a couple second long animation, and you're just tweaking these little keyframe values and putting different splines and transitions between them all to make something look fluid. And then yeah, it's tough. Yeah, that's super true, Gary. Might as well just take the time to learn programming. I think like when I started getting into game programming, I started with Game Maker, which is a very, very simple visual scripting language. You can do, I think, some like JavaScript or something like that in there. But like pretty much at the same time, I was starting to learn C++ programming. And then so kind of by the time that I finished some Game Maker projects, then I started looking into Unity, and C# is very similar to C++ as far as syntax goes, and yeah, C# is much more forgiving than C++, and yeah, I think it's a pretty good language to pick up as a beginner, and it's one of those things where like C++, it like has taken from, or sorry, C# has like taken little things from so many different languages. I feel like that, you know, like it's pretty easy for you to like jump into like PHP or something like that. Like I've had to do some PHP scripts for some multiplayer games that I was working on, and the syntax, you know, is a little bit different, but you know, a lot of the logic and kind of how you work with it is it carries over pretty easily. So anyways, we can make some functions here for calling different scenes. So we'll say let's see, I guess I'll call the scene names by string. We do have to make a scene manager. Would help if I knew what I was doing. Scene management Unity. Will skinned mesh work with ECS? So what exactly do you mean by that? Because I think, like, pretty much in general, I mean, you should be able to display meshes. What was happening for you? Well, the private instance is basically just to check to see if another one exists already. Like if I load back into the scene where there's another scene manager, then it just destroys it. Oh, okay, and these are static methods. Public static will do the same. Okay. I had came across someone who did that before, and so you're saying that basically I can just say if that, and then I don't need that, right? If the public status is static instance is not null. Why? Oh. Yeah, and I should have called it scene management, but oh well. That'll do fine. probably put void in here. See, I don't typically do live programming, so this is interesting. Don't call your class scene manager. Yeah, there you go. Live and learn. So, is this fine, or should I make a new one? Okay, yeah, and so I think, as far as I know, like animation isn't really supported in ECS yet. So pretty much the best you can do is have all your animation stuff on a game object and then sync the transform of that with the translation component of the entity. And so I do have a video on my channel kind of showing how to sync those transforms. I think the video is like called how to make a camera follow an entity in ECS. Something along those lines. It's a pretty recent one. Yeah, man, I'm staying awake all 48 hours for the game jam. No, I'm just kidding. I could not do that. I don't think that's a good idea personally. I think you got to get your sleep. It's super important if you want to stay productive throughout the weekend. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be getting some good sleep tonight and tomorrow night. But yeah, I want to, get up early and start getting after it every day. So anyways, let's see if I can go ahead and commit these changes here. And I think I need to update my git ignore file. So it should be flow field. Oh yeah, I have to take out that at the beginning of those. All right, just about 40 minutes away from the official start of the game jam. Okay, let's see. Packages, project settings. All right, that looks all good. So yeah, it's kind of nice just having GitHub just right in the Visual Studio like that. Okay, so successfully pushed. So let's go make sure that we are seeing this over on GitHub right now. Refresh, and we do see the GMTK project files. Assets, scripts, got my scene manager here, which I should not have called scene manager. Oh well. I always make that mistake. One day I'll learn. Ooh, getting F's in the chat. Got almost 3,000 people waiting for the theme reveal. Let's see how many people have signed up for the jam. Okay, now we're at 17,000 people who say they're going to be participating in the game jam. Again, let me know in the chat if you are participating in the game jam. I've mentioned it before, but if you are participating in the game jam, you can submit your game to me. I have a link down in the description, and up at the top it's tmg.dev /GMTK 2020-submit. And yeah, you can submit your game to me through there. And next week I'm going to be doing another live stream where I'm actually going to be playing your games and giving you feedback on them. So, so it should be super exciting. So yeah, I figure it's all good that it's in a namespace now, but you know, load new scene. I think that's pretty much all I want to do for that. So anyways, let me start on making the first build of my game here. I do have one art asset that I would like to drag in. Of course, that being the GMTK logo. I'm going to go ahead and create an image. So I'll make the canvas scale with screen size about 1920 by 1080. Right, I have to make that a sprite. So you got the GMTK Game Jam logo. Kind of mentioned it before, but I'm a pretty big fan of the logo. So we'll go ahead. I'll just make this the main menu scene. I can change it up later. So we'll do save as scenes, main menu. So Demetrius, do you mean you're not participating in the jam because you don't know dots too well yet? That's no problem. I'm not using dots during this game jam. I mean, you can use anything. You don't even have to use Unity. You could use Game Maker. You could use RPG Maker if you wanted to. It's a pretty relaxed game jam. Actually, I think now might be a good time to kind of read through the rules again. So anyways, this is a 48-hour game-making marathon focused on design, mechanics, and clever ideas. See, that's what I really like about this game jam is, you know, you're focused on the unique design mechanics and stuff. So I'm really a fan of that, and yeah, looking forward to what the theme is, so I can make something unique related to that. So here's what you need to know. Who can enter? Anyone of any age from anywhere. You can work alone or in teams. I myself am working alone. What can I make? Anything provided you can upload a file that runs on Windows or browsers. Definitely a pro tip if you guys are doing this game jam. Thanks for the good luck wishes, by the way. But yeah, if you are participating in, oh, and I don't, and you don't have to add their logo to your game, but I just am. I'm kind of just creating like a blank little build that I can upload right now, because I want to be frequently uploading builds, so I want to get this up before the jam starts in, you know, almost half an hour here. So yeah, pro tip for game jams, especially if this is your first one, I would highly recommend that your game runs in a web browser, because that's going to be the easiest for people. They can just, click, and they're playing your game right away. It kind of adds an extra couple steps if they have to download your game, and especially if they only have a Mac and they can't run your Windows build of your game. Browsers is going to be the best way for the most people to play your game, and that's how you're going to get the most feedback on your game. So whenever I'm doing game jams, I always build for web browsers. So yeah, that's super important. And prioritize your browser build, because that's, again, what most people are going to be playing on. And that's probably where you're gonna find most of the issues is with your browser. Okay, that makes sense that you started working in dots and you don't want to switch back and forth. I get that. I can respect that. I will admit, when I made my last game jam, or when I did my last game jam using ECS, it was quite difficult. But yeah, it was fun. I learned so much during that game jam. I'm really glad that I did that. But yeah, right now I'm excited to take a little bit of a break from the dots and ECS world. So anyways, moving along for the rules, what assets can I use? The vast majority of code must be written during the jam, unless you write, scene managers called the same as a scene manager that Unity makes, then, you can write that apparently. But you can use whatever art and audio assets you have the legal right to use. And this is the thing that I'm most excited for, because during the Ludum Dare game jams, I typically participate in the compo section, where you have to make everything from scratch within that 48-hour time period. So, art, audio, whatever, on top of all the programming and everything like that, you have to do it all yourself within those 48 hours. So just being a little bit more relaxed, where I can actually use, royalty-free audio stuff and some cool art assets that I've gotten off the Unity Asset Store. That's all fair game. So that's something that I'm really excited about. Who will judge the games? Games will be judged by the public. Mark will play the top 100 games and pick his favorite, spelled with a U, 20. All of the results will be revealed when the process is over. So yeah, out of 17,000 games, if you make it to the top 100, there's probably not going to be 1,700 submissions or 17,000 submissions, but that's still, top 100. That's going to be a real tough mark to hit. That's a high bar. And then he's going to pick his favorite 20 out of those, and then all of the results will be revealed when the process is over. What will the games be judged on? So here's an important part right here. Games will be ranked against the following criteria: fun, originality, and presentation. So, of course, this game jam, heavily focuses on unique design mechanics and stuff like that. So that's kind of where the originality comes in. But he made it a point to put fun at the front. And I think that's something that's so important. Is your game fun to play? So yeah, fun is a huge thing, and there's a reason that it's first. And then presentation, does your game look good? Is it fun to play? Not fun to play, but does it look good? Does it feel good to play? They do have a Discord. I'm not in that, but I'm in my Discord. By the way, I do have my Discord. I'll drop the link in the chat again here. So yeah, if you are in the jam, or if you're not, feel free to come hang out. I do have a channel over there. I do have a channel in Discord where called Game Jams, and then so we can kind of all hang out over there, and feel free to share your progress as you're working on things throughout the game jam. And then after the game jam is over, that game jam's channel is going to stay open for anyone to talk about any upcoming game jams that they're going to be participating in. And of course, you know, just a good place for you to hang out and chat about some of the game jams coming up. So yeah, it looks like we've got some more viewers in the chat here. It's going up. If you guys are enjoying this stream so far, I'd really appreciate it if you hit that like button. We're just about a half an hour away from the theme reveal of the GMTK game jam, and then we're going to start really getting into it. So I am super excited. All right. So anyways, let's take a look at kind of my running task list here and see what I still wanted to do. So I made the canvas. I want to do a WebGL build. Windows build is something I could probably take care of later. Let's set the test settings, the tests folder. I did the scene manager. So I think the next thing that we can do is set up the tests here. So I'm going to go into my scripts, do a new assembly definition here for scripts. And then I can come into my tests folder here. And then do tests, assembly definition. So yeah, this is kind of where some of the unit testing comes into play. Again, I did say that I want to implement unit tests. So yeah, that's a really good point. Do you think unit tests will be that useful in such a short time? Yes and no. The main reason I'm doing this is to just kind of get in the habit of doing unit tests more. It's something that I don't have a whole lot of experience with, and I'm not going to be like unit testing everything, but I do want, you know, some of the main things to have unit tests. And if I can implement those kind of more in the beginning on some of those major systems, then down the line as I start to add in more features, then I can then I think they'll actually be useful if you know, things start breaking. But we'll see. I've never implemented unit tests in Oh, shoot, I need to do that. I've never actually implemented unit tests in a game jam setting like this. Wait, what am I doing wrong? You see how often I set up testing? Let's see, I just did this on one of my other projects, so let me take a look. Actually, yeah, I guess I can show you guys off a little project that I'm working on. It's going to be coming up. So this is talking about flow field pathfinding. So if you're not familiar with flow field pathfinding, basically you look at the entire game world or area that you want to do pathfinding on, and then it basically finds the shortest path from any given point on there down to whichever one target point you have. And so this is extremely useful for dots and stuff like this, because where we might have like a bunch of entities on the screen and we want to direct them all to one or multiple points in our game world, then it's really easy for us to like just basically calculate all the possible paths, and then the entities can just kind of follow that exact path. So let me see how this is looking right now. If I hit the play here. Oh yeah, I gotta open the test runner, that's right. So yeah, this is kind of the basically the simple little grid that I have here. And then you'll see like when I click on it, then it basically just finds like all the shortest paths to get you to where you need to be. Now I've gone a couple steps further, and then you can actually hold down the Alt key and kind of like increase the cost of the different things. So then it's going to kind of like avoid the areas with higher cost. And then I actually have one, so for the red ones, then this is basically going to be like an impassable point. So you're not going to be able to traverse over that. So anyways, now if you hit play here, now you can see the paths are a little bit different. So it kind of like, you see like this path kind of navigates around these areas of higher cost. And of course the ones that are completely impassable, then it just, completely goes around these here. So that's kind of the basics of what I have set up. So edit mode. There we go. Create edit mode test assembly folder. So I think perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for. So the pathfinding that I'm currently working on right now, this is all done with mono behaviors at the moment. The reason I'm doing that is basically this is the first time I've ever done a pathfinding algorithm. So I want to get I just kind of wanted to do it simply with mono behaviors, which I'm very familiar with, to get it up and running. And then I also want to have basically a baseline that I can compare that with and say, this is the performance that you get using mono behaviors, and this is how much better it can be using the data-oriented technology stack. And from what I think the results are going to be pretty significant if I can make the optimizations in the correct areas. Unfortunately, there's certain parts of this pathfinding algorithm that you can't do multi-threading on just because of the sheer nature of it. But I'll be talking about that when those videos come out. But yeah, you can see that I've been implementing some unit tests in here to kind of prepare myself for this weekend. Let's get the edit mode tests, and then go ahead and add a reference to the script. All right, dang, I can't believe it. We're 20 minutes away from learning the theme of the jam. So this is super exciting stuff. It's always super exciting leading up to the big theme reveal of a game jam. But then the theme is revealed and then you realize the theme sucks. That's how it goes. But you kind of gotta, you just kind of gotta do with what you're what you're given. Do with what you're given. Do I just want to have one? Nah, I'll create actual test scripts later. So anyways, let me go ahead and go to my build settings here, and I'm gonna switch my platform over to WebGL. I think this is probably going to be the primary platform that I'm building for, because it's obviously going to be easiest for you all to play my games as I throughout the development of the game. Okay, so we're on this, and then yeah, usually if the web platform is fine, then I'm gonna have no problem with the Windows platforms. Player settings, company name, by the way, how does Unity look on stream right now? I would assume it's probably going to be a little bit on the smaller side, because I have a 4K display, so I mean you can see kind of most of what I'm developing, and then over in the code, this is what things are looking like in the code. Let me know if I need to zoom in a little bit more over here. It's about 150 right now. I think this is like probably going to be a good compromise for me being able to see a lot of the stuff on screen, as well as you being able to kind of clearly see what I'm doing. I'm just going to kind of go through some of my WebGL player settings here. Default canvas. This is always an interesting one. Do I want to make the default canvas 1920 by 1080? I don't think so. I'll probably do a 1280 by 720. And I like doing the minimal, I think. All right, Jeremy says it looks fine to me. Awesome. We'll stick with it then. So we can add some logos in here. I can drop my logo in here. Find a good logo for me. Yeah, I think hello. What are we doing? There we go. Yeah, I think this one will be good. Get some errors on my stream, but I think it should be fine. Said I've dropped 23 frames on OBS. It's not too bad. Okay, logos. Turn this into a sprite first. And of course, we'll throw in the GMTK jam. How does that look? Oh, I don't want that Unity logo. Ew. It's a little zoomed out on my logo. Yeah. Good enough for government work, as they say. All right, other settings. I think all this should be fine. Publishing settings. Yeah, I think all that should be good. Okay. So time to actually create a build of this. So go ahead and do that. Make a build of it. Of course, make a builds folder. We ready to rock. We ready to rock. Just about a little over 10 minutes out. And I think we're doing pretty good. Dang, I can't believe we've been live for an hour and 47 minutes. Time just flies right by. So that's the thing with these game jams is, you know, it's not like when you say 48 hours, like that seems like a good amount of time, but I'm always running up to the very last moment, getting things ready. And, but yeah, so that's kind of why I wanted to make like the, you know, build of this before, and then so I can kind of have the very general stuff that I need kind of ahead of time. All right, well, that is doing its thing. I'm gonna step away for just a sec and then be right back. And then we're gonna have the theme reveal soon, and then we can kind of start brainstorming how we're gonna take the GMTK jam. So I'll be right back, you guys. Oh, my mic was muted. Classic. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so the build just finished, so I'm just gonna see if I can upload this real quick. Just a couple more minutes away until the theme is revealed. Let's go, baby. I think I can change the title later on. That's fine. Oh, Wild West Drifts asks, do you use the Ducky 1-2 Mini still? That's the only reason you watch me. Oh, well, thanks. You've been playing a lot of Fortnite with it? No, I got the Ducky right here. It is not plugged in, but if the DOS keyboard gets too annoying, just let me know and I can switch over to the Ducky. The Ducky is a little bit quieter. But I'm not going to be plugging in the Ducky right now because I'm actually going to be plugging in this right now. Let me see how the framing looks on this. I'm going to be plugging in this right now. Got my drawing tablet here. I'm going to be doing some brainstorming for you guys. Actually on the screen here. Sorry, just getting a few last things set up. Let me see if I can upload this real quick before games downloadable released. I mean, I'm sure I can change all this stuff later. Upload files. Oh, I gotta make a zip of that. See, I think I have to do a zip of this whole thing. Okay, got the zip file here. And go ahead and upload it. Oh man, we're getting close, under 4 minutes away. Go webgl.zip. Should not take too long to upload because there's not much in it. It's only about 4 megabytes. 3 minutes away. And where is... I thought there was like a button for, downloadable HTML. Yeah, there we go. This file will be played in the browser. And what did I do? 1280 by 720. Should I use the itch full screen? We'll see. We'll just leave this as that for now. Save page in view. Let's see what the first build looks like. So go ahead and hit run game. Got the loading screen for Unity, Turbo Mix Games, GMTK Jam 2020, and then boom, we're just writing the build like that. Cool. So let me get a short link for this. And we're actually just about at the theme reveal, so this is exciting. Oh, by the way, real quick, hope I have some time with the delay. Let me know if you guys can hear my computer audio, so I can just play the theme premiere through here. You should be able to. And yeah, Graphical Boss, you can just sign up to join. I don't even think you need to sign up beforehand, but yeah, if you just go to itch.io/jam/gmtk-2020, I think I have the link in the description of the video here. But yeah, we got over 8,000. See, Game Maker's Toolkit says, instead of spamming F, how about we spam the super chat button? Yeah, how about we spam that super chat button over in the TurboMax Games chat as well? Just kidding. All right, yeah, we got over 8,000 people waiting, and this should be premiering any second now. I think I'm just gonna wait it out. I can get the short link for my build created afterwards. All right, it's noon. Here we go. Okay, you're gonna make me wait 2 minutes. Right on YouTube Premiere. You see how the audio level is looking like this. Let me know how the desktop audio level is compared to my own audio, because I'm not seeing. Sorry, that delay is rough. Yes, we can hear your PC audio. Yeah, I'm just using like the normal latency on the stream. Hey, appreciate the 10 Canadians, Gary. I am staying hydrated. Thank you very much. Ten, 9, buffering, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, game jam. Here we go. What is it? Ooh, I love that logo. Out of control. Ooh, it is. Can't hear anything from the PC. Oh, it's probably... Poor green button was left out. Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, first of all, apologize for the desktop audio being muted as soon as we went over. I think it was when I just changed my audio input. Yeah, now I don't think you can hear anything. Oh, well, yeah, out of control. That is the theme for the game jam. So, it's time to start kind of brainstorming some things right now. Let me grab my cables. Sorry, I got a whole freaking mess of cables that I need to dig through to find the one that I need. Here it is. Out of control. Yeah, I love the theme. There was one thing that he mentioned. I mean, it sounds like you guys probably didn't hear it, but there was one thing that he mentioned that sounded kind of interesting to me, and that was, yeah, love the theme. Yeah, this is, you know, something new to me, having a theme for a game jam that I actually quite enjoy. Only kidding, of course. There's been some good themes that I've participated in the past. But yeah, there was one thing that he mentioned in the video that, you know, I'm sure you guys can watch if you didn't hear it through my stream, but he basically said, like, you know, what if you make a game where the rules change every turn? Which I think could be really cool. I don't want to just like straight up make the thing that he said to make, though. Yeah, sounds like we got a bunch of people who are a big fan of the theme. Yeah, time to brainstorm indeed. So I'm just gonna get a nice blank canvas to brainstorm with here. Okay. All right. So you could spend controlling energy to, well, control your character, and you can run out of control if you're not frugal. Yeah, that makes sense. I kind of like that. Like you have, yeah, there's some kind of like control meter, and then the more you use that up, kind of the less control you have. So out of control. So yeah, one thing that I had mentioned again in that video that I put out this morning about kind of the habits that I wanted to implement during this game jam is I'm talking about the type of game that I wanted to make. And so I wanted to make a turn-based game. And that was pretty much my only criteria. So we have an out-of-control turn-based game. So what does an out-of-control turn-based game look like? So the one thing that, like I said, that he did mention in the video was a game where the rules change every turn, which I think is really unique. But it's like, how else can we incorporate out of control into a turn-based game? So I don't want this to be a too of an annoying game. Lately, I've been playing the Paper Mario, the 1,000-Year Door game, and there was a pretty cool moment in the game where like one of the status effects that you can get is like confusion, and then so if you get confused, then pretty much like any action you do, your character just kind of like ignores that, and then you end up like attacking your partner character. And yeah, if you take it literally, you have an auto battler essentially. Yeah, I mean, we could make a movie, and a movie is out of your control. But a turn-based auto battler, so you can just basically hit like next turn, next turn, next turn, next turn, and then just watch everything play out. That sounds like a super fun game. Not really. So yeah, it's like it's what about if you only select your action but the target is random? Yeah, Paper Mario was a cool game. Yeah, I just completed it the other night, so it was pretty cool. So yeah, we can write down some of these ideas here. So auto battler. I mean, it doesn't have to be the whole game, but it could be a part of it. So select action, random target. And so yeah, I guess the idea here is kind of like finding the balance between what the player controls and what the game controls / randomness. So the out of control theme, yeah, I feel like this is something that can integrate with the turn-based mechanics pretty well. What about something like a turn-based game where you control everything but the player? I'm trying to think how that would work. So I guess it's like, do you want, so you have the main character who I guess, you know, is kind of the good guy that you'd want to win. And then, you know, maybe you can kind of have some influence over things in the environment, and maybe even have some influence over the enemies. And then, you know, you could make them attack, but you only want to use kind of like the weakest attacks. That could be kind of silly, I think. Control all but player. About your character's actions being your input plus random, so you're more like just giving a suggestion of the general direction of your character. Fight that guy, hopefully. Because yeah, I mean, if something's too much out of your control, then it's just frustrating because it's totally random. But I mean, you could kind of go a little bit the other way with it, where you have pretty good control over your player, but the enemies you face, they're just totally out of control, crazy. I think that's kind of taking a little bit more of a narrative approach on the theme. Whereas again, I kind of like to tie the theme directly into the mechanics of the game. Let me see something here, because I'm going to bring the chat over here. I want to try and get my desktop audio back and just watch the theme reveal one more time. Were you thinking an RPG style turn-based game, or like a tactics game, or a card game? I was thinking more RPG turn-based style. A tactics game could be pretty fun too. But I mean, a tactics game is kind of like, an RPG turn-based game, but with movement on top of that. And just kind of thinking about the 48-hour time limit that I have, probably an RPG turn-based game, RPG style turn-based game, would be more fit for something like this. And yes, out of control is the theme of the jam. I'm trying to figure out how I can get the desktop audio. Back. COVID simulation, where you can control the spread and don't know how exactly it's spread. You choose actions, what you do in the game to flatten the curve. You control social integration and economic stability through your actions. The goal is to maintain the norm without killing the population. I think that's called real life right now. I don't necessarily want to make a virus type game. I think that's something that a lot of people are going to be making. I think there's some cool things to explore there. What does a turn-based virus game look like? Let me write that down. Turn-based virus game. Let me see if I can get audio input. No. Audio output capture. Okay, you should be able to hear the desktop audio now. All right. I'm going to watch this over one more time.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the GMTK Game Jam, a 48-hour game-making marathon. If you're watching this video as soon as it goes out, that means you have 2 days to make a game, and your game has got to fit the following theme. This year, for 2020, the theme is out of control. As ever, how you interpret that is entirely up to you. A mountain bike with no brakes is out of control. A game where the rules change every turn is out of control. A virus that can leap from host to host is out of control. The GMTK Jam is about design, innovation, and creativity. So we're looking for games that run with this idea. Games that make us smile, laugh, think, and yell with frustration. Take something players usually have control of and sever that tie. Take something that developers usually have control of and see what happens when you're no longer in charge. Games can be made alone or in teams. You can use whatever tools you like as long as you can upload a game playable on Windows or in browsers to itch.io, and you can use any art and music that you have the legal right to use, but the vast majority of code should be written during the 48-hour window. We also have a Discord channel where you can chat with fellow jammers, get technical advice, and more. Okay, I better let you get started. Best of luck and have fun.
Sweet. All right, and there's the out of control logo. That logo is out of control. Yeah, this is one of the toughest parts of the jams, is just kind of like thinking, yeah, finding that balance. Finding that balance of something that you can make within the 48-hour time limit and something that's still going to be fun and interesting. I'm going to grab some snacks here. Just kind of snack on some cashews while we're figuring things out here. A little bit of brain food. So yeah, like I said, I want to have a turn-based game about out of control. And I'm thinking about how you can make what's happening on a moment-to-moment basis during the turns that kind of influences the amount of control you have over the player. So I'm kind of thinking about the game like Darkest Dungeon right now, which I haven't actually ever played, but I'm kind of familiar with the premise of it, where it's a turn-based fighting mechanics type game, and essentially whatever's happening in the game kind of impacts the mental state of your player, of the players in your game, and kind of how that influences what they do in the game. So, maybe if they're angry, they're gonna kind of act a little bit more wild and crazy, and do things a little bit more out of control. Welcome, KDQ. Nice to have you in the stream. Turn-based is number one. Yeah, I think it'd be fun to do a turn-based game. So. Yeah. One thing that I'm going to do real quick, I'm just going to change my countdown timer to go to the end of the game jam. Oh. There we go. All right, updated the timer. So 1 day, 23 hours, 36 minutes, and 10 seconds until the GMTK jam ends. So if we want to expand the control everything but the player concept for a turn-based RPG, along with Demetrius said as well, what about if every turn you're given X control? You can choose to influence the turn, order, speed, mana recovery, health recovery. When you run out of control, the game runs by itself, but the player will probably lose. Yeah, I kind of like that, having basically control as a resource. So I think with the game that I'm trying to make, like, I mean, control pretty much has to be the main resource. Maybe each level is a puzzle of sorts where you have to make decisions on what control in order to hopefully help get you here through battle. Okay. So you kind of have like two parts of the game going, where you know, kind of outside of battle, you're doing things to build up your control, and then maybe in battle, then that's where you kind of end up like using up a lot of that control. I really like that. I just get a little bit nervous for just, you know, the 48-hour game jams to have, you know, you're essentially kind of making two major parts of a game, where you have kind of the game outside of the game, where you're kind of building up that resource, and then the actual fighting mechanics where you know, you're using up that resource. It's definitely doable if we can kind of figure out a way to simplify both of those sides of the game, but still make it compelling enough to have an interesting game. Yeah, definitely making it clear to the player that control is an important resource, and giving them good, appropriate feedback when they're out of control. So say good feedback for control level. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this, make another layer on top, and then here we can say control as a resource. So what does control as a resource actually look like? Now, I don't know if this is going to be the final way, but you know, when I think of control as a resource, it almost kind of seems like it makes sense to be a percent value. So when you have 100% control, you know, obviously everything acts as intended. When an enemy don't have control resource, player to get control of them. Okay. Back to your confusion mechanic. What if every action you take lowers your control, or once you lose control, you have no control over your player? All right, Jeremy, enjoy your creativity food break. I'm kind of snacking on some cashews right now, but yeah, see you in a little bit then. The enemy causes you to make random actions. You could have an AI that you can take control over, but you can only control it for X seconds. Yeah, I mean, there's I think what we're finding out is there's a lot of ways that we can take this. So yeah, it's kind of figuring out what does that control resource look like and what does that control resource mean. So yeah, one thing that the first way that I'm kind of looking at it, and we can kind of flesh this out a little bit more right now, is having it as a percent value. So again, 100%, everything acts as intended. If you're at 50%, obviously it's going to be half the time. And then when you're at 0%, nothing happens as intended. So I feel like this is the simplest approach, but I don't know if it's the most interesting approach. So kind of looking at some of the other ideas that people were mentioning off, if the enemy maybe has some certain actions that can make you lose control, either be temporarily or it can decrease your control percentage. So I'll say influenced by enemies. Or maybe the control resource, instead of kind of like someone was saying, like you're kind of using the resource to control other units. So maybe you have kind of your one main player here, and then maybe he's fighting some, crazy boss or something, crazy enemy. It's a beautiful looking enemy right there. And then maybe there's kind of some other units involved in battle somehow. Maybe some are associated with the enemy. Some are associated with your team in some type of way. Maybe there's kind of some neutral guys who are just kind of there, but can still kind of have influence on the battle. Now your main goal is to obviously eliminate the boss and keep you as the player surviving. And that control resource can help you as this one small tiny little guy have influence over some of the other guys temporarily, and depending on how strong they are, it'll cost more of your control resource, But in doing so, you can kind of combine the power and kind of focus your attacks on defeating the boss, maybe healing yourself, and just staying alive. Welcome to Stream Workflow in Mind. Good to have you here. Yes, it is a game jam. We're doing the GMTK jam. It just started. The theme was just announced about half an hour ago, actually. It's been going on. Time has been moving along. The theme is Out of Control, which I think is a really great theme. So right now we're kind of trying to figure out the direction that we want to take this. But I kind of like that. The control resource. As a way to kind of essentially give you extra turns. Okay, here's another one. How about being able to control intensity? You can waste a lot of energy to give out a precise order, or spend less energy to give out a suggestion affected by high randomness. I think that could lead to a lot of really interesting gameplay choices. Which is something that I do want to be able to implement during this game jam. Diamond, I'm not planning on making this game with ECS. I've been doing a whole bunch of ECS stuff recently, and kind of want to take a little bit of a break from ECS. Yeah, that's about it. Because I did a game jam using ECS, and it was tough, and I learned a lot. But I don't want ECS to be the focus of this game jam. For this game jam, I want interesting design decisions to be the focus of this game jam. And I think this theme, Out of Control, is definitely going to lead to some interesting design decisions. Okay. So I kind of am liking this idea here. So let me do this, and we can kind of flesh out this idea a little bit more. So the control resource. Okay, so for one, we need to come up with an interesting name for the control resource. Maybe to start, we can just call it control or something like that. But I think it should have an interesting name that kind of gets the point across of what it is, but we're just not directly calling it control. I think we can do better. But we can hold off on that for now. So instead of having it as a percentage, I guess this would be like a fixed integer value. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say fixed, but it's an integer value, and then you can increase it by leveling up. Or is there a more interesting way? Well, I mean, okay, so yeah, leveling up increases your max control resource value. Yeah, calling it directly control gives you the ability to quote the precise wording of the challenge when you run out. That's a really great point. Something like vital essence. Okay. Do you have a theme in mind for a turn-based RPG, fantasy, sci-fi? That's a really great question, and you bring up a good point. Because, I mean, obviously I want this to be like a turn-based role-playing game, and, when you think of turn-based role-playing games and JRPGs, there's a lot of times like a pretty specific setting that you have in mind. Like when you say JRPG or something like that, like, you can kind of picture what a typical JRPG looks like. And so I think there's a lot of really cool innovation that still can happen within the turn-based RPG genre. So I don't necessarily want to be like fixed on something kind of traditional like fantasy or sci-fi. Like honestly, I think there could be some cool, interesting games made in just, more of a normal type setting. But I don't know, I guess the theme of the game is something that I should kind of narrow in on pretty soon as well, because that's going to kind of influence some more of the decisions that I'm going to be making. But yeah, so maybe we'll call the name Control. I'll have to see, because I do like in my Game Jam games to be able to display the name of the theme somewhere in there. Like actually, real quickly, I'll just kind of show you one of the previous games that I made. For a Game Jam. No. I guess I can just do it this way, because this is kind of the very beginning of the game. Here we go. It's one called Nothing. Scripter Wolf, haven't done a lot of game dev as of late. Should I still join the jam? Yeah, heck yeah, why not, man? This is a great opportunity for you to kind of flex those creative muscles again, and it'll all come back to you pretty quick. So anyways, yeah, the theme for this game jam, like I said, was start with nothing. So you have the start button here, start with nothing. And then so it basically displays the theme, and then after that, then basically this NOTHING, this essentially turns into the playing board of the game here. How about you have 48 hours to create a game for a jam, and every turn you have to balance the decision on your health and sanity versus getting the job done. If you run out of control, you end up wasting hours playing a game or doing something else. And yeah, Workflow in Mind asks a great question as well. Are you streaming for the whole jam? I'm not going to be streaming the entire time. I do have a couple things scheduled that I need to take care of otherwise than the jam, so I'm going to have to drop off a couple points in between. But I'm going to be trying to stream as much as I can. So something like vital essence, you can give your essence to neutral people for help, but less vital essence you have, the weaker you'll be. And you don't need to apologize for your English. I think your English is perfectly fine. Okay. Let's get back to figuring out this control resource here. Okay, so like I said, to be an integer value that increases when you level up. So we need to, so then obviously because it's a resource, you spend control influencing others on the field of play. And actually this could be interesting. I wonder if I'm trying to think if like how do you win a fight and how do you lose a fight? Do I use health or is it all about control? Because that could be kind of interesting, where you're basically trying to get, because the thought kind of just went through my head about what could make these battles really interesting is, of course, like I was mentioning, you have the main player and then you have, you know, the main boss enemy that you're trying to take down. What if not only you have a control resource, but the boss has a control resource as well? Could add the GIF from the Game Jam page on the README of your GitHub repo. I just did that and it looks amazing. It's a good idea. I might get around to doing that in just a minute. So yeah, here's an idea. Yeah, you and boss have control resource. So in kind of thinking about the overall progression of the game and like how many encounters do I want to have? I think I want to kind of keep the encounters pretty limited. Like the number of them, maybe you just only have like 3 or 4 encounters, but just to make those encounters as special as I can. So, you know, maybe there's kind of like an introduction little fight to get you introduced into the mechanics. And then after that, then you're kind of introduced to like the first little mini boss, and then you have, you know, a stronger guy after that, and then there's the final boss after that. Oh no, please keep talking in the chat. By the way, I'm never gonna stop you from talking too much. I love hearing all these ideas. That's the cool thing about brainstorming. There's never a wrong idea. We can just spitball things at all day long, and of course, I can't put everything into the Game Jam game, but it's cool to hear your thoughts on this and everything. I fill up my water real quick. Yeah, that was a pro move right there. Right before the jam, I went to the store and picked up just a couple of those jugs of water, and I can just fill my water bottle right from here all day. But yeah, anyways, so Demetrius, the more control you apply to your character, one turn it takes away from your next turn's maximum capacity. Say every 10 points you spend loses 1 max for a single turn. Okay, so I guess that would be more like, I guess you'd probably have like a meter of how much you use, and then it sounds like it probably replenishes every turn. But if you use a bunch in one turn, then your maximum kind of goes down. That's a good way of looking at, kind of a resource like that, I think. Kind of like saturation. Okay, yeah, that's something I could write down as well. So this is the more you use per turn, the less your max. Hey, what's up, Infallible Code? What's going on, Charles? Glad you could stop by to the stream. We're about an hour after the theme has been announced for the GMTK Jam. The theme is Out of Control. So trying to figure out kind of what we want to do with this. I want to make like a kind of like a turn-based role-playing type game, and so we're trying to figure out how we can maybe use control as like a resource. So we're kind of doing a little bit of brainstorming right here. Workflow in Mind says, can we get a little summary? You've been here for 20 minutes, but he doesn't understand. So yeah, basically, I guess to summarize everything, this is a 48-hour game jam, Game Maker's Toolkit Jam. It just started, and it's going to end at noon Pacific time on Sunday. And so the theme was just revealed at the beginning of the jam, which is Out of Control. And yeah, Charles, I do think it is a very interesting theme. Most of the game jams I do, the theme isn't so good, but yeah, I'm a fan of the theme. And yeah, let me know if you have any. Let me know if anyone has any ideas. I'm kind of trying to figure out what direction I want to take this. Yeah, control as a resource. So yeah, I think I'm trying to figure out right now how I want the battles to actually work. You know, is control kind of the main resource? Like when you run out of your control resource, do you just lose, or do wild things start happening? I kind of like the idea of wild things just happening. No, so the Game Maker's Toolkit is a YouTube channel. He focuses mostly on design stuff, and so you can use anything. I'm using Unity to make my game in, so yeah, it doesn't have to be in Game Maker, but you can use pretty much any game engine as long as you can create a Windows or web browser build. All right, so yeah, coming back to control as a resource here. I think I do want health to be kind of the main, you know, like you run out of health. If you run out of health, then you lose the battle, or you want to get the boss to run out of health. And then we got Charles saying maybe your resources represent mechanics like the ability to jump or to punch. Yeah, so yeah, I think some of the things that we were brainstorming were kind of along the lines of yeah, hey, I mean, it's still open to participate workflow. It just started, so you still have plenty of time. Feel free to join in if you want. But yeah, what was I going to say? But yeah, so I think we're kind of thinking of a couple different ways that we could take this, where, you know, you kind of have your control resource. Maybe it could be like a percentage, and the higher the percentage, then the more likely the action that you perform, or the action that you want to perform, will actually perform. And then as that kind of gets lower, then maybe that action just turns into kind of a general suggestion. And then when it's like, you know, really down to zero, then you're at the point where you're just like, you know, attacking your own team and stuff like that. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think the character should probably have all the basic RPG stats, health, and all that. Sweet, awesome. Thanks for stopping by, Charles. Yeah, check back in. I'll be live probably most of the weekend. Yeah, when I start making actual builds of the game, I'll have builds available for you all to play. See, Wild West Drift says resources represent the ability to move. Can keep resources by collection, coins, tokens. Once out of resources, it starts to control itself. All right, well, we've been at this for an hour, so I think it's time to just kind of decide on something here. brainstorming about what game to make is much more interesting than watching actually make the game. So you're saying that, oh yeah, no, I'd completely agree that going over all these cool ideas and figuring out all these mechanics is much more interesting than me Googling around on Stack Overflow for 48 hours. Okay. All right. So here we have our hero. We'll give him a nice sword. All right. And then we have the beast of a boss here. I don't even know what that is. There we go, as the boss. We have the boss, player. So the boss is obviously going to have some type of health, which we want to get to 0. We're going to have some type of health, which we do not want to get to 0. Kind of getting some warnings about my stream bitrate going down. So let me know if how things are looking. Yeah, no, I totally get that. Yeah, brainstorming, yeah, it's super fun and exciting, where development is basically me just Googling the answer to different problems. Just kidding, but not really. So then, of course, the big one is going to be the control resource. Yeah, I'm rubber banding for sure. Can confirm. What can I do about that? All right, so it seems fixed now. I'm getting all kinds of crazy colors that are not green from OBS here. Dang, it's dropping a ton of frames. Let me see if there's anything crazy going on my network right here. comes and goes. Could try disabling the camera for a bit. Restart OBS. Yeah, right now it's totally green. Yeah, it's totally green right now. I don't know what the heck was going on then. All right, well, I'll monitor it. All right, I need to get up and stretch real quick. All right, yeah, seems fixed now. Yeah. I think we're good. Okay, yeah, I think probably the next stream I do. Sweet, awesome. Next stream I do, I want to mess around with the lower latency because there is a pretty decent amount of latency here. We've tried nothing, we're all out of ideas. Can confirm. Okay, anyways, I need to... Okay. So health and control are obviously going to be main resources. I think I don't want to worry about like having like mana as a resource or some type of like attack power that runs out over time. I think like just keeping it simple, keeping it confined to health and control as the two resources. Now I kind of envision this. So the health, I mean, is pretty much clearly going to be, you know, just a standard health bar, 0 to whatever. We'll just say 100% for now. What if you do a turtle or frog game? You need resources to evolve up to the next level, beat the boss. Also, you need oxygen as a resource to come up for air every so often. I don't want to have a ton of resources for the player to manage. So yeah, I'm just thinking, I think just, yeah, health and control. So yeah, we'll say, you know, 0 to 100%. And, you know, this, I don't think the health is going to be going up and down too much. You know, maybe we have like 1 or 2 potions or something like that where we can kind of like refill the health. You know, same thing for the boss. I'm saying 0 to 100 for now, but obviously the boss is going to be much stronger than the player. So that kind of leads to an interesting game there. So, and then the control, kind of what I was getting at, is maybe this is displayed in a health bar as well. And I'll just say 50 just so it's a little bit different for now. I'm trying to think outside the box. That's, you know, that's what these game jams are all about. Thinking outside the box. Appreciate the sharing the ideas. Appreciate everyone sharing the ideas. Thing is, there should be a mechanic that really strips you out of control out of your control resource. Otherwise, a cautious player might not ever run out of control. Yeah. So, yeah, the control resource could be an interesting thing. Because not only does it mean, kind of what I'm thinking is, there's just kind of other random guys, units, you know, whatever we end up deciding on doing here. And each turn you can kind of spend the control resources to, you know, tell these guys to attack this guy. And of course you have maybe your own attacks as well. I mean, if you always have control over your characters, then is the game ever out of control? Yeah, that's a good point. And so that's kind of what I'm thinking here is, you know, maybe once you get below 50% control, then things start acting a little bit weird. And then, you know, maybe if you get like under 10%, then things are really starting to act weird. But I do kind of see this control meter as something that kind of fluctuates. Like, you know, you spend a lot of control, but then through some type of means within the game, maybe there be some type of mini games or something like that, that this can start refilling to the point where you're kind of back more in control. So this control resource is simultaneously you control over your player, as well as influencing other guys on the battlefield. And similarly, the boss has a control resource that can fluctuate throughout the course of battle, and he can influence some of these neutral units as well. And as the control value goes down, then the boss starts acting a little bit haywire. Cool. All right, and so that's the game. So that's enough for the stream. I'm gonna go ahead and sign out. Kidding, totally kidding. But yeah, I think why not? This is as good as anything for now, right? Time to actually start making this. So, nope. It hurt itself in confusion. That is a phrase that I absolutely need to have in there. All right, so now we can kind of... Nice, I thought you were for real. You guys, I'm out of control. I'm out of control. See, I think now is, you can probably start figuring out what types of things that we're going to have in the game. So, of course, we're going to have a player. We're going to have main enemies. I'm thinking we'll probably just like fight one at a time, and then kind of just make those boss battles a little more memorable. We're gonna have a player, main enemies. I'd say at least 2, no more than 4. Neutral units. So we kind of got to figure out like what are the neutral units. First of all, like, yeah, so what do they do when no one controls them? Do they just do nothing? Do they fight on their own? I think to answer that question, we kind of need to figure out kind of the setting for the game. And so, you know, it's what is our goal as the player? What is our purpose, our reason for trying to defeat these enemies? And kind of when we figure that out, then we can say, you know, how do these neutral units fit into that equation? Why are those neutral units there? You know, kind of what are their motives? Are they literally just kind of drones that can be taken over? Can always grayscale them and palette swap. Good point. I mean, that's something that I think I could definitely do for the neutral units. The main enemies, I want those to be like a lot more different. Again, I kind of only want this game to consist of you know, maybe an introduction fight, and then 2, 3, maybe 4 kind of main boss fights, if you will, after that, and that kind of be that kind of contained little story. So I guess kind of some of the next questions that I start to ask is, yeah, it would be cool if they can get taken over by the enemy boss as well. Yeah, and hey, maybe those neutral units are out of control of themselves. Yeah, or maybe it's random who they attack unless you specifically take control over them and tell them to attack the boss. And to be honest, I don't even see any reason why. I mean, you know, maybe the player could, if they wanted, attack these neutral units directly and get rid of some particularly annoying ones, or they could instruct some of the neutral units to take out some of the other neutral units. So that's kind of balancing out, kind of making some interesting choices, because I basically want the bosses to be tough enough where you can't just beat them on your own, and you actually have to make some of those tough choices of taking over some of those neutral units and telling them to attack the main enemies. So yeah, there's a lot of questions that I start to bring up and start to think about now about, you know, what kinds of attacks do the player have? What kind of attacks do these neutral enemies have? What kind of attacks do the main enemies have? And so I think what that really comes back to is the setting. So I need to figure out what the setting of the game is. Why does this weird, messed up game world exist that there's a hero who needs to defeat some enemies, and in the process there are these neutral units that can be mind controlled by the main character or the bosses. What does that game world look like? Does anyone have any ideas? About a game with a level up system for your player, but you begin the game with your stats maxed out. So you progress, you shoot over the max stats, and it gets out of control. Like you're too strong, you can hurt your allies or your environment, or too fast, which makes it harder to control. Okay, I see where you're going with that. You definitely need some form of healing. Maybe neutral units can be medics and healers. Yeah, that's probably a better approach, having the some of the neutral enemies being healers, rather than having to worry about like making some whole item system and then yeah, because I mean, this game is going to have some type of overworld to string you from, one battle to the next, and the next, and the next. But I don't want to spend a whole lot of time in there and, creating some world that you need to explore around and open some chests to find potions. I mean, that's cool and all, but I don't know if that's something that I'll have that much time for in this jam. But yeah, I mean, Daniel brings up a good point about the leveling system. How is that going to work? I mean, if the game basically just revolves around these 2, 3, or 4 fights, then I'm not. You're not going to be grinding for levels through just like different random encounters along the way. But I do think over time it could make the game a little more interesting and make the stakes a little bit higher if your attack power and control level and health increases, and then of course the enemies get stronger and stronger. So I'm thinking, you'll pretty much just level up after each boss fight just automatically. Could spend excess control to raise stats. That makes sense. I'm thinking more If you're having a hard time with a specific enemy, you go ahead and spend a lot of control to buff up your character, and then you face the higher randomness. Yeah. Okay. I see what you mean. So what about a Russian roulette element? You can't control how much damage you make or who gets damaged. I think that's kind of what we're probably going to be going for. You know, as your control meter starts to dwindle down, you know, the less control you have, you know, you're not going to be able to control some of these neutral units as much. And then it also kind of comes at that cost of things start happening a little bit more randomly. So you're always at a dilemma of inadequate stats or inadequate control. Yeah, that's a good way to kind of balance the two. So yeah, I think there's a lot of good ideas, but I really need to figure out the setting of the game, and then I think a lot more of these questions about how attacks work and how battles play out are going to be a little bit easier to answer because we can kind of figure out how it all fits into the lore here. Some of the questions we need to ask for the setting are: why are we fighting? What for? Obviously, where does it take place? Who are the characters? So that's, you know, the player, the main enemies, the neutral enemies. This is a tough one. Because, like, there are a bunch of kind of standard settings that you can go after, standard motivations. But is there something a little more interesting that we could do that maybe ties into the theme? So how does control play into the world? So obviously if this, control resource is kind of some common thing in this world, or the player and some of these enemies kind of have this control power. Where do they get that from? You could just kind of explain it away with magic or something like that. If the setting is tough, it could always default to something completely sterile and literal, like the character of the drone's enemy boss is battling for total control or something. You have all the control. All right, well, hey, we're about an hour and a half into the game jam so far. Been live for about 3.5 hours. If you guys are enjoying the stream so far, really appreciate it if you hit that like button, by the way. But I think we've kind of came up with a cool concept for the game. The setting is always a tough one for me. So half of me is thinking, should I just start kind of developing a little bit and kind of figure out the setting later? But at the same time, I feel like if I kind of figure out the general setting that I want to take, then a lot of the questions that I'm kind of struggling with they're going to be much easier to figure out. I'm kind of leaning towards the latter. Madhouse with mad people. It's not a bad idea, just straight up crazy people. The lack of control and abundance of randomness would be entropy. So we would be in a world of entropy. So JC, the theme, I can kind of hide this. The theme is out of control. The kind of concept that I'm going for right now is basically we kind of have a main character and an enemy. Of course, it's going to be a turn-based fighting type game, turn-based role-playing type game. Where you want to get the boss's health down to 0. Obviously, the boss is trying to get your health down to 0. But the other main resource is this control resource. And so this control resource basically gives you control over yourself, as well as control over some of these kind of like neutral units on the board. And some of these neutral units can be used to attack, to deal damage, as well as heal different units on the playing field. So yeah, basically the idea is, your control, you kind of use your control resource while you're controlling these other units, and then as your control resource gets lower and lower and lower, then more randomness starts to happen in the game as you kind of lose control of yourself. The first step is to set time limits. Put time limits for when you want to start, when you want to have the core turn-based logic done, etc. Yeah, I can kind of get behind that. All right, I am going to step away for just a second, and I'm going to be back, and then we'll start figuring out this theme. And then you know what? If we're setting up time limits, I'm going to say by 2 p.m., so that's in 25 minutes from right now, I'm going to actually start some development. So yeah, that sounds good to me. I'll be right back. Alrighty, and I'm back. So, yep, looks like, yeah, give us another half hour to brainstorm and get cracking. Sounds good enough to me. Okay, so, setting. So it's like, do I want to just kind of like have something and do a generic setting, or I could do something a little more interesting? So I think something a little more interesting, you know, when you think of control, you know, maybe there's some futuristic hyper-capitalistic society, and control links into that. Yeah, still trying to think of something clever. I know, I'm kind of just spitballing here. Because I mean, you know, I mean, control can be kind of something involved in the lore a little bit about, you know, how you want to have, you know, kind of more control, and then when you actually get into the gameplay, then there's kind of like more of a literal take, like you have, you know, literally like a control meter, and that kind of fluctuates throughout the course of the battle. Or, I mean, it could even be a little bit more lighthearted than that. Um, um, all right, well, here's what I'm going to do. Instead of just you staring at me thinking, let's kind of start writing some things down here. Why would they be out of control? Rage, fear, lack of patience, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, so it's like, how does control fit into the lore? Because we kind of know how it fits into the gameplay already. But so how does it fit into the lore? And so, kind of like what I was thinking when you, you know, defeat enemies, like the main big boss battles, defeat enemies, control increases. Theme of the game could revolve around the notion that you don't need to seek total control over a situation or even your life, but you must not be afraid to go with the flow and take things as they come. But that's not lore. Sure it is. I mean, by lore, I basically just mean a reason why and or how control fits into the world. mean, so we need to think of like player motives. So we could think of, ooh, I thought of a really cool idea. Hear me out for a sec. Player motives. Enemies, selfish. Kind of a cop-out answer. You know, that's pretty common that in fiction that enemies are, you know, selfish. They want total control. And, you know, kind of like I'm saying here, defeating enemies, your control increases. So that kind of gives the enemies a motive to defeat any person that comes in their path. So the motive for the player is going to be the tricky one. So we don't know his motive because we don't necessarily want our player to be the selfish kind of guy. That's not quite all that interesting. But here's the cool idea that I thought of. The units are essentially challengers who lost to the enemies previously. So that's kind of like a little bit of a lore thing, a little lore nugget. You know, that these kind of neutral units, they are the main characters from their own story who failed to defeat these enemies, and now they're just zombies in a shell of themselves who don't have any control. Who lost battle and therefore lost control of themselves. So maybe. Whoa. I see what I'm doing. So maybe the player's motive is to free or otherwise return control to either all who lost, or maybe more interestingly, one person he cares about. Ooh, the lore. There's some lore. Building on what you said, your player's motives are return agency to self of all beings. Yeah, I think we kind of came to the same conclusion there. Cool. How are we feeling about that? I like that. I like that. Yeah, dang. Okay. Cool. I like this a lot, actually. You know, I'm just going to go ahead and create a new layer. To kind of discuss the setting as far as, if I could spell, wait, that's right, location. Yeah, I can spell. Don't worry, guys. So where does this take place? And we could just kind of say, you know, oh, it takes place in hell or something like that, but you know, that's a setting that's been done time and time again. But so maybe kind of going back to those ideas of greed and hyper-capitalization, hyper-capitalistic society. Maybe it is some ultra luxurious type setting, and greed has really taken over, and people are just obsessed with control. It's all about control, control, control. So I'll say maybe it's luxurious. Sure. Say agreed. Okay. So now I'm kind of trying to figure out, now that I kind of have like an idea of the lore and the setting, how do we loop that back into the gameplay? So who are we fighting? Whoa. Hello. And how are we fighting? So we kind of know the why already. And we need to figure out who exactly we're fighting and how we're fighting them. So I think who we are, obviously it's, you know, greedy people who want control. And then how are we fighting them? I don't know if this is as important right now. Maybe it is. So, so what are our weapons? Of course, I want us to have, us to be able to fight on our own without burning any of these control points. But again, you're going to need to use the control points to control neutral units to defeat the main enemies. And I think the battles will probably start at like 0 or very low control, and then that's something that kind of builds up over time throughout the battle, and then you spend points. Well, actually, then that's something that we can play with. That's something we can play with. So I don't think this quite matters as much right now. I think this is enough to go off of for now at least, and then some of the finer details can come later. So now I'm going to open up my live task list. Which is here. Okay, so GitHub repo, I've done that. Unity project, I made a WebGL build, set my player, did my test folder, to put that over in completed. I think that's kind of redundant. Okay. All right, so kind of figuring out the critical tasks here. So the first thing I want to do is the battle system. So along with the battle system, we're going to need obviously a player, an enemy, some neutral units, and a state machine to keep track of the state of the game. And of course, we'll need some UI. And looks like I was just dropping some frames a little bit again. Or bit rate's going down at least. Oh well, I'm just gonna keep on trucking along. This is right about 2 p.m. So now's a good time to start getting into some development. So in progress, battle system, and we'll do the state machine first. All right, so go ahead and create a new scene. And Jeremy, I'm using Notion for the task list. Notion is a freaking amazing tool. I use it to keep track of everything in my life. I think the website is just notion.so. I do have, I think I have a link in the description. If you just go to tmg.dev/GMTK 2020 -tasks, it'll bring you right to that page, and you can see kind of those that live task list. And if you do have a Notion account, which it takes like 2 seconds to set up, you can actually comment on that task list as well. So anyone can feel free to join over there and view that live task list. Let me actually just make sure that, yeah, I have that link in the description. Yeah, live task list, and let me just make sure this link works here. Cool, yeah, and it brings you right to the Notion page. Sweet. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and save this scene into the scenes folder, and this is going to be the battle scene. So I think I'm probably just gonna have a general scene for the battle, and then we can kind of dynamically load in different neutral units as well as different bosses, however we see fit. So it's time to start making a little state machine here. Okay, so of course we're going to have a public enum. Actually, I should probably rename this to be the battle state machine, because I might end up having one to kind of differentiate between the overworld and battle one here. So we'll have a public enum called the battle state. So in here, we're of course going to have the player turn, enemy turn, trying to think of any other states that we might need. So I guess, yeah, is it how granular do I want to get with this? Like, do we just need to keep track of the player's turn and enemy's turn, or is there even going to be like different phases within the player's turn about controlling different units, doing their attacks? So I think probably the way that the battle system will work is you kind of queue up the different actions that you want to take place, and then once your turn is finished, you know, whether you indicate that you finish your turn, then all those actions play kind of in sequence. So we might end up actually implementing a little bit of a command pattern here as well. So I guess we'll have, how should I phrase this? This is, I kind of want to have like the phase for the player selecting their actions. Player action select. Player action playback. Enemy action select. Enemy action playback. Probably have a none one as well. Those are sometimes good to have. So I guess trying to figure out how exactly I want to do this here. To me, yeah, the state machine is just kind of keeping track of the general state that it's in. And so if I have kind of some battle controller, do I want that to be separate? Probably. All right, I'm just going to kind of start. Some of this code might not end up being final, probably a lot of it, but I just want to kind of get some things going here. So do a public void for begin battle. And then here we'll just set the cur battle state equal to battle state dot player action select. Yes, separate for sure, yeah. JC says, have you figured out the setting? So the setting, basically as far as like the location, I'm kind of thinking some kind of like futuristic, maybe hyper-capitalistic, luxurious type society where everyone's just greedy, selfish, and obsessed with control. And so that's kind of like the motivations for the enemies, is they want to, basically the lore of the game is people fight in these battles, and winning battles gives them more control. So you as the player, you kind of fight your way up, building up your control amount basically, And then, these enemies, of course, they want to, they're greedy and selfish, so they're trying to defeat everyone who comes in their path to increase their, control amount. For selfish motivations, because they want to control the whole world or whatever. Now, the kind of like neutral units, those are basically people who have tried but failed to take down some of those enemy units. So they're kind of just zombies. They don't have any control over themselves. And then you as the player, kind of your main motivation is you want to get to the top to gain all the control, so that maybe you can give back control to someone who is close to you who lost their control, or just kind of a more altruistic, just free all the people who are out of control type thing. So that's kind of the theme that I have going here. Let me know what you think. Oops, muted myself again, but yeah, 9 out of 10. Nice. Now the ultimate boss. Can it be done in 48 hours? Challenge accepted. Okay, I'm probably going to end up moving a bunch of stuff out of the battle state machine class, but for now I kind of just want to get some things going, so I'm probably just going to end up putting a bunch of code in here. So that's what it's going to be like for now. Okay, so begin battle, then player action state. All of a sudden 2D IDIST are high on demand on Discord. Oh, are you talking about the are you talking about the GMTK Jam Discord? I'm sure. All right. So, okay, so player action select. Well, I guess now we kind of need to start coming up with kind of some of our player classes and things of that nature. So what I'm going to do, get in the habit of start committing things to GitHub here. So this was created battle scene Okay, so I'll probably have some type of main character class, and then players, enemies, and other units will all inherit from that. So we're just going to do integers for max health, cur health, I'm trying to think if I want to use like interfaces or just have functions on the base class. Anyways. Okay, so I don't know if I want to put control on here or not, because the neutral units, they're not going to have any control value or any relevant control value. So yeah, maybe I'll just do that with interfaces. And then instead of calling this character, this can be battle character controllable. Yeah, I'll just have it character. And then maybe we can do interfaces for controllable, attackable, all that. Make a stat class that has max and current, then make list stat on your player. Better yet, dictionary string stat. Okay, so you're basically just saying there's a stat class that just literally has just like int max, int current, and then you'd have a dictionary for health and control. Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. And then, so probably not even inherit from a character class. Yeah, I'll do that, and then just use interfaces for all the commonly shared stuff, I guess. And you can make actions that take in a stat and affect them without having to take damage and add control or whatever. Okay. I like it. Workflow Mon says, how long will the stream last? I got something to take care of later tonight, but I'll still be going on for a few hours. And then I'll be back at it tomorrow morning. I'm going to be doing 2 streams tomorrow. I'll be doing one in the morning, and then I got to take a little bit of a break around noontime, and then I'll be doing another evening stream. So, yeah, if only the main character will have control, then you can make a global variable. So, the enemy is going to have a control stat, even though you're not going to have direct control over the main enemy. And, yeah, that's a good point. It is a game jam. Great to keep things organized, but, yeah, I just need to get some things going right now. But yeah, I do want to try out this kind of stat class here. I think that could be pretty cool. So basically we'll just have a public int for max, public int for cur. Sure. Now, go ahead and create a player class. All right, so you're saying that we could do a dictionary. Hello. So the key would be a string, and the value would be a stat. Actually, I gotta put this in the namespace. And then player stats. Now, are dictionaries serializable? I guess we'll see. I don't really use those too often. No. So I'll do a public max health, public int, Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay. Health. Wait, you gotta do the nice. Cool. All right, appreciate it. So we'll do that, and then basically do the same thing with control. So then, let's see, looking it up, that would be so there was like a try get value. What does values take in? You can just do player stats. Oh, okay. So it's just the same thing as like accessing like an array. Nice. Okay. Cool. I like that. Appreciate you sharing that. Okay. So health and control. So now then, I guess we'll pretty much do basically the same kind of thing for the cool. Basically the same kind of thing for the enemy class here. Yeah, try get value for if you don't know. Okay. Yeah, cool. I think this is super flexible. I like this. Okay, so thinking about the kind of main battle system, I guess the other thing that I'm going to need is a neutral unit class. All right, Demetrius, we're just kind of getting started, figuring out how I'm going to structure all the code and everything here. Basically, Gary was walking me through setting up, we just kind of have this base stats class here that just has these public ints for max and cur. And then so we can basically use a dictionary here now to basically just add whichever new stats that we want in here, and then just can look them up pretty easily. So I think it's a really good solution, and it's pretty flexible for us. And so actually, I think before we start dealing with all the neutral units and stuff, we can just kind of do some of the base battle system first. So I think I'll just do all this in the update loop for now. And yeah, I'll make this a singleton. All right, so just kind of doing a simple switch statement on the cur battle state. So basically, if it's in the player action select state, then we want to basically be able to select our actions. Actually, I think some of this might be better in the state machine. I mean, one of the reasons I wanted to implement a state machine is because I had never done something exactly like that before. So I'm going to kind of pull up state machine pattern here. Good old Wikipedia. Yeah, we kind of need to have the transition between the different states. Because I guess I want basically when the player action select state becomes enabled, then that's when it gives us the options of whether we want to attack, control the different units, and so on. So I guess it doesn't really matter for it to be in the player class. So yeah, here's what I'll do instead of just directly setting that. So we're gonna have a change state here. And then, so the change state is going to take in a battle state for the curse state, and then another battle state for the new state. Pull up. Probably don't need the, yeah, that's a good point. I am keeping track of the current state already. So yeah, the problem I'm kind of thinking of is, yeah, I'm going to need basically a function to be called for each state when we enter each state and when we leave each state. So I'm kind of thinking that I'd need to make different individual classes for each individual state. And then on each of those, we'd kind of have like an enter state and then exit state. So when we enter one state, it does a certain number of operations, and when we exit the state, then we kind of do that same thing. Looking up, have some resources, not just make an event. Okay. public event handler, battle state machine. So that's right. So then, and inside do a if current state is not equal to new state, state change dot invoked this new state. Convert to battle state. Oh, is the event handler supposed to be of type battle state? Thus, you can hook up to the instant state change event and do whatever you want. New state, okay. Now, for events, you just kind of like queue up different functions and add it to that state changed event, right? So state change dot invoke is the same as if state change is not equal to null. Change invoked. Yeah. got some cool docs here. Head over to the player class. Welcome, welcome, I am Cheese. Ooh. Switch statement on E. We should probably change that to new state. So this is getting the new battle state from my battle state machine. Since you put current state equals new state after the event is called from inside the event, you can see the current state by looking at. Got it. Okay. And then so basically in here, now I can do a switch on new state, and then I can display UI and whatnot through here. Is that right? Cool. All right. Yeah, no, I don't use events all that much, clearly. So, yeah, I appreciate you walking me through that one. So, what I want to do, so awake, let's call change state passing in battle state dot player action select. UI manager that knows about the player and all the enemies, and those things just have a list of actions. Yeah, definitely. We'll cross that bridge. We need to cross that bridge. Okay, so we have the player. Let's go ahead and I'll just do a game controller. Put the battle state machine on there and hit play. Not seeing anything printed out. Yeah, no, events are super useful. I understand the value of them, but okay, so change state, player action, select in here. I guess curb battle state isn't. Let's see, so curb battle state equals battle state dot none. We'll just set it there for now. Right, because I'm oh. So and then the player. What am I doing wrong here? New state, player action select. I should get this log message. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, because this needs to be added first. So instead of calling that in awake, I'll put this in a start function. Boom. Okay, there we go. Yep, just an order of execution thing. Good catch. Oh, shoot. I closed out my... Okay, cool. So yeah, no, I guess we'll get the enemy in as well. And it was, what do we call this? State changed. All right, plus equals. I like that. Now, enemy action select. Okay, so I guess can probably just start implementing some generic UI stuff. So we've got the player. Go ahead and create an empty game object for the enemy. And you can get the enemy script. What's going on, SL Tutorials? Welcome from Brazil. Happy to have you here. Are you participating in the game jam at all? A couple of things to remember. You don't have precise control over the order that event handlers are called, at least not easily. Try not to change the state in the event handler or your clear stack. Okay, fair enough. I think it's with a turn-based game, it's probably not going to be too hard to fall into that trap, just because you know, there's going to be kind of time between the execution of each phase, I guess. So we can kind of have something here to represent the player. As long as you keep the number of classes that can change the state, you'll be fine. Okay, fair enough. Thanks for the love, SL Tutorials. I appreciate it, man. Okay, so go ahead and create a canvas here. right, so do some quick health bars here. So we use a slider. Go ahead and take off the handle. We don't need that. Oops. All right, simple little health bar there. Just go ahead and duplicate this. We can make this all look a little prettier later, but for now, we kind of want to get a couple things in here. And then we'll actually duplicate these and I'm gonna have the control sliders here. Again, this is kind of the level of control you have over your player and how much control you have over all the enemies, or not enemies, the kind of neutral guys. And then so I'll do a couple buttons for some action commands. So I think for right now, I'll probably just have like an attack action command, and then an end turn one. I think that'll probably be what I want for now. I should probably use Text Mesh Pro. So now I'm kind of thinking if I'm queuing up different attack commands and controlling enemies, and then when I end my turn, I actually want to play those back, I'm going to be using some type of command pattern. I'm guessing an event handler would probably be a good way to keep track of all that. Or using C# events. Probably do better with lists. Allow classes to add actions to a list, then have something to process that list. So these actions, kind of like delegates, like a list of delegates. Basically just kind of trying to queue up attack commands. So, maybe the player only has like one type of attack, but you want to queue the attack up and then select which of the kind of neutral units on the battlefield, select them and then queue them up to use their ability at the expense of using some of your control. And then basically when you hit the end turn button, then maybe it'll play the attack animation for your character, and then kind of go through the other actions that you've queued up for the various units on the field, for them to actually do their different actions, whether it's healing you or attacking the enemy or whatnot. I think I'll have a battle controller kind of keep track of some of these commands, and then this is actually what's going to be able to kind of play them back and all. All right, Demetrius, great to have you hanging out. Come back tomorrow. Hope everything's going well for you over there. And yeah, keep us posted. Let us know how things are going. Okay, so first thing, you might want to make a character class so enemies and players and neutral mobs all have a common base. And I would create a new class called action that will do something. Okay. Then in your player class, you can add these actions to a list or queue. In a battle manager class, then it just needs to iterate through them. Exactly, you got it. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Action having a source, target, and a method called perform, run, do action. Okay. Yeah, I think the only other complexity that I would like to add to that action class is, well, I mean, I guess it could just get that through a reference from the source, but just want to look at the current control level that unit is at. Yeah. Okay. So I'll create an action script here. Yeah, okay, so I see they do all need to inherit from a common character one. I knew there was a reason that I was doing that at first. Yeah, if you move the stats to the base character class, you should just be able to query no problem. Cool. Yeah, and then I don't have to worry about doing this on, yeah, I can basically just take all this and move it to the character class. All right, we're going. Things are rolling. So I'll have to make that virtual function. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to do. Should probably here split it. Okay, we'll do the same with enemy. Have this inherit from character. And so you don't need any of that. Make sure this still works here. Let's see, you could make it more simple by making a new method that is virtual called protected virtual void state changed. You make the event handler function private, then just call the new cleaner function. So changed. So then I wouldn't have to pass the object in. I don't know if I'm quite following you on that one. Okay, so on the base virtual state changed, call a new method called state changed, passing in the new state. And then, so you're saying then each child class would basically override that state changed? Yeah, okay, I think that's what you're saying. I gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I like that. Just kind of simplifies it all a little bit. Or yeah, it makes it cleaner. Okay. All right. Make sure that's all still working here. Well, we can still check the current state from the singleton, right? Character CS19. Okay. YM, that's that. Object reference not set to an instance of the object. Okay. Yeah, I think that connection must have gotten broken. Nah. Still getting a null reference exception. Object reference not set to an instance of the object. Don't get much more info than that. Battle state machine is getting called after this, so the instance doesn't exist. So I'm guessing probably just not do that in the awake function. Okay, so no errors, but don't think the players, because we did action select. Oh, yeah, now we're just getting into a weird order of operations thing here. Guess I'll do this. And then I'll just make myself a quick little button. Oh. Yeah, I guess I could just set it on the first update. That's true too. Okay, no errors, begin battle, display UI. Perfect. Awesome. Okay. So now action commands. Yeah, that makes sense to have an initialized fight state. Yeah, action time, baby. All right, so we have our public character, source target, and then we'll just have a public function. Like, dude, don't apologize. You're practically writing my whole game here for me, man. No, I appreciate you walking me through kind of some of these design patterns, but I think once we kind of have that higher level architecture in place, things will just start falling into place. So I really appreciate this, though. So public void execute. So got to think about the different types of actions that we have. I mean, is there basically just going to be attacking and healing actions? So yeah, there's like attacking, healing, basically kind of have to consider the current control level of the source. Just helping getting the base going. Sweet. Actually, I'll make this a queue. really make execute virtual, and then we can make a few to test. Okay, so then we'll basically just have kind of child class, child actions for healing, attacking, different types of attacks if we want to implement that all eventually. That makes sense. And then correction dot execute. So this can be the heal action, which inherits from action. So for the heal action, now we can look at the, for now we'll just look at the target character and increment the health. So I'll probably do functions on the base character class to increment and decrement health, and then we can kind of do some error checking to make sure that we don't, increase past the max health. Okay. So player stats at health plus equals amount, right, player health dot cur, and here we can say if player stats at health dot cur is greater than or equal to player stats at health dot max, additional property on the heal action for amount. Yeah. I should probably do constructors on these, huh? Oh yeah, the math min function. Yeah. Gotta check all the edge cases, you know? What? Heal action. Hello. I'm like, what am I doing? What's going on, the crafters? How's your jam going? Came up with some cool ideas. I think the jam's going pretty good so far. We're kind of just right now working on getting some of the main architecture in place here. So it's not not super pretty yet, but I can kind of show you off. This is just kind of some buttons in UI that I have going so far. But I kind of like the idea that we're going for. Gotta use the question mark dot. And that's basically just kind of null error checking, just to make sure that the target does have something assigned to it, correct? Saves on if target's not equal to null. Yeah. It's one of those things that, again, I should probably be using more. Yeah, appreciate it. You think it looks nice so far. What game engine are you using? Crafters. Okay, and then, yeah, let's go ahead and do... It's a good point on the character stats. Oh, nice. RPG Maker. Cool. What's the, what are kind of some of the main gameplay mechanics in your game? Are you doing kind of like a turn-based RPG game? Because that's kind of actually what I'm doing here is a little bit of a turn-based game. Not what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's a good point that I could just have a health action. Alright, so it sounds like you're going for more of a storytelling type game. There's going to be some RPG aspects, but not much. Hey, if you are, almost forgot, if you are participating in the Game Jam, you can definitely submit your game to me. I have a submission link. It should be like scrolling across the top, and I have it down in the description below. But I'm going to be doing another live stream next week on Tuesday, where I'm going to be just kind of like playing through everyone's games that they submit to me, all the games from this Game Jam. And so yeah, I think it'd be cool to try your game out and give you some feedback on it. But I know you don't need to spoil the whole story for us right now, but you got a little bit of a premise going. Yeah, much cleaner. Okay, so I guess good to hear you like how it's turning out so far. So I guess you're probably going to be tying it in with the theme for out of control. Super clean. See, I think in my battle controller, I'll just have the functions here for that's exactly what I was going to do. So I'm trying to figure out how probably needs to be a singleton. Trying to figure out how good to hear you have a title and a tagline. Do you want to share it with us? So I'm trying to figure out the best way to go about doing the battle mechanics. Like, how is the actual UI going to look? I mean, it could literally just be as simple as click the attack button, it queues up the attack, click the you know, like each one of the kind of neutral units will just have one action that they can do, and whenever you click on that one unit, then all right, not going to share yet. The suspense is killing me. But I really would like to see your game. So when you're finished with it, feel free to submit it in that link there. And I will definitely check it out. But yeah, I think that makes sense. You kind of just queue up the different actions, you hit end turn, and then it just kind of sequentially plays them all. So when we hit the attack button associated with the particular unit, really the action button, then it adds the action. So suggestion for the battle controller: make it a singleton, have a list of characters. In the initialize fight state or on start, have all characters register themselves within the battle controller. And the battle controller can ask characters which actions they have. All right, I need to step away for just a sec. I will be right back. Alrighty, we back. Yeah, I think think just enqueuing all the actions is basically what we need here. Okay. So I guess each character will have an action associated with it. So we can just call this character action. And then also have a public int for action amount. Just kind of keep it simple for now. Yeah, like a list of possible. Yeah, so I think maybe as things get a little bit more complex, we can have kind of a list of actions. Right now, we can just kind of keep it to one per. So, for example, the player on awake. So set character action equal to a new health action, and then the source obviously will be this. The target will be how do I want to pass it? The target, the enemy. I don't just want to have singletons for all the players and enemies and everything. Well, actually, because we could target any enemy. Right, because I forgot that I wanted to have you to basically be able to heal and or damage essentially any unit on the field. So I guess the way we would actually do it is you'd click the action and then you'd click the null target for now. Yeah. Yeah. Realistically, this can just go in the base character class too. I'm not going to do that in case I want to do different actions later. Yeah. Yeah, the enemy will basically just get the same thing. Okay, so I guess in the battle controller, so you should have a method in base called setup action that you call awake in the base class. Okay. Yeah. Okay, good point. Good point. Okay. All right, so now actually queuing up commands. So basically what I want to do, essentially what's going to happen, you click the attack button and then, or you'll click the action button and then you'll click the target. So I guess the battle controller would probably be a good enough place to put this on. So on button action. So whenever you press a button, then well, so we know that the source is always going to be the player in this case. No, not true. What's going on, Arif? Just doing a little bit of game development, doing the Game Maker's Toolkit Jam right now. How you doing? So each button is going to know its source. So I think, yeah, the buttons are going to need to like be kind of dynamically displayed and associated with each particular unit. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So now I'll probably have to do some type of UI controller. To kind of dynamically display the UI. And so here's something that we can actually add to the action class is a public string action name, and then it can pull that string for the button name. Hey, glad you've been enjoying the stream so far. I think it's going to get a little more interesting once I kind of have the base stuff rolling, and then we can start actually implementing some more interesting design decisions and all that. But I think it's been going pretty well so far. I've been having fun and enjoying it. And if you haven't done so already, now would be a great time to go ahead and hit that like button. Okay, I should probably change this to a 2D perspective because I think that's what it's going to end up being. And then we can kind of place the buttons on the screen kind of more in relation to the different characters here. Let's go ahead and create a UI controller. I'll just do a public game object, and this will be our action button prefab. So yeah, now I think this would be probably, like you were saying, Gary, a good place to have a list of all the characters in the game. All right, just catching up on a few texts here. All right, I may need to drop off in a little bit, but we can keep going for a bit here. All right, let's see. For sure, you can always pass in a character to the UI controller's add button method. That method can get the game object's position and its action. Build your button up from that. Yeah. Okay, so I guess I think I initially put in my battle state machine the begin battle, but I think we'll probably want, it makes more sense to have it in the battle controller. So now here I can populate the list of characters. Yeah, yep. Gotta do the commits first. Let's see, what did I change recently? Okay, so I don't know if I just want to do a simple get objects with type kind of thing. So you should have characters add themselves to the list. That way, yeah, that's a great point. So would I call some kind of would I have them subscribe to some kind of event, like a begin battle event, and then when that's called, then it knows to add itself to the current battle list? Do a few methods like register char, remove char to the battle controller. When they die or whatever, they can remove themselves. You have one already. The state change event is there for you. Good point. So I'm going to make sure, I'm going to put this in the base function and then make sure to call the base function. So He said, and in the instant state change, you can do a switch to handle all the states you want from the base class before the child class. Yeah. I still do have to do the base dot state changed. Put that in there though, correct? $20 states by the end. Okay. Okay. Welcome back, crafters. Any major developments so far? Or still just cruising along? Okay, so adding characters to the list. Now we can come over here. No major development yet. All right. Where do you think? How far do you want to get by the end of today? Do you want to try and have like the main mechanics implemented, or kind of like the story outlined? Kind of like what's your end goal for today? I think for me, kind of my end goal is to, of course, just have kind of the basic turn-based fighting mechanics in place, and just I want to be kind of at a point where tomorrow. I can just kind of like focus on making content for the game. Of course, I'll be adding some more features along the way, but I just want to be at the point where I can just have everything as set up in place as possible so that I can kind of just start adding in content. Yeah, no, that PHP error is something that I have to look into. I just have like a WordPress theme going, and I set some things up, and have not had much time to look into that. Appreciate you pointing it out, though. Okay, so for each, I guess we're going to be looping through all the characters. So I'm going to say game object new action button is equal to, we'll instantiate that prefab. And then I'll just do a simple get component call for now. Call this geo for game object. Oh, you got the name of the game. Ready to reveal the name of the game. This is exciting. All right, crafters, let it rip. Let's hear it. Keep control. It's like simple and to the point. It's almost like you kind of got the instructions of the game within the title there. Keep control. Now we just gotta figure out what the tagline is. I think the tagline is going to tell us a lot more about the game. I haven't really came up with a name of my game yet. I suppose that's something that I'll have to sleep on. I always forget the Text Mesh Pro namespace. Don't you need to call get component in children or whatever? Yeah, I guess I would suppose. I think I'm gonna just have the button just be at the root of the game object. But for the text objects, I need to find the child object. What is it? Isn't it like... And you get the GitHub repo going for it. It's fantastic. Thought it was just like TM Pro or something. Yeah, I thought it was TM Pro. Just straight up copy and paste that, Travis. Let's see if that works. Smash Pro GUI. Probably have to just close out of Visual Studio, because I think I imported the package after I had been working. I actually didn't get it from the package manager. So they have it com.unity.textmeshpro. Jeez, are you kidding me? No, not there either. Okay. Namespace TM Pro. Okay. Doesn't just use the regular text, right? Okay, just doing a quick little test here. Using TM Pro, public class, Pro. I just feel like it's not finding it for some reason. Yeah, feel free to drop the link to your GitHub repo. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and restart Unity. So, while this is loading, I guess I can talk a little bit about my idea. So, of course, the theme is, what is it? Is it out of control is the exact wording. So basically, it's kind of like a turn-based RPG, and the idea is, you know, it's you against a number of bosses is kind of going to be the idea of it, and basically, you and your boss, you know, you both have health bars that you're trying to whittle down to 0, and then you both also have like a control stat, and so that control stat is going to allow you to essentially control some of the other kind of neutral units on the field. So you can kind of use those to your advantage to attack the enemy, so you can deal more damage than rather than just, you know, attacking yourself. Or you know, you can use some of those neutral units on the field to heal yourself as well. And so I think I want to also try to add a little bit of randomness. So like when your control meter starts getting down closer to 0, then a little bit more randomness starts to happen, and maybe start missing your attacks a little bit more, or you know, some of those neutral enemies don't properly follow your commands, and they end up like attacking you instead. So I think it should be pretty fun. Okay, still cannot find TextMesh Pro. I'm gonna I should have already done this, but nothing to import. All the assets are already in your project. Yeah, might as well do that. Sweet. Try import through the package manager. don't believe I have. No, I do not have preview packages enabled. I don't think the link to your repo came through. It's probably because, I don't know, sometimes YouTube gets weirds about you linking to things. All right, well, I guess we're just using regular Unity UI then. I mean, oh, that must be it. I don't think they are. There you go. All right. Now, I do have it in the package manager, and import the essential resources. All right, I've been fiddling with this for long enough. I think we'll just reuse regular old Unity UI. Yeah, that was a guess with the .NET 4, because it did say that it's a requirement in the package manager for TextMesh Pro. Ew, regular Unity text. Ew, gross. Yuck. Yuck. Is TextMesh Pro not compatible with WebGL? Because that's what I'm set to build for right now. Oh, maybe it wasn't recompiling because I had some errors in my code. Nope. May have totally just blown Text Mesh Pro out of here. So here, remove. Install. Text Mesh Pro, import TMP resources. Nothing to import, I already have it all. Oh, do I need, I think I know what's going on. I know exactly why. Nope. There we go. Trying to get all fancy with these assembly definitions and whatnot. Oh boy. Boom. Yeah, wait, where's your GitHub though? I didn't get a link. No, I figured it out. I needed the assembly definition reference. Almost forgot I even put that there. So anyways, now. Yeah. Yeah, no. Could you give me like your GitHub username or something then? Begin battle. In turn. Oh, is your username just the same? All right. Let's check out this GitHub repo real quick. Keep control. Can he keep control of you? Nice. Very nice. So now the question becomes, who is he? And who are you? Can he keep control of you? There's a lot of ways you can take that, crafters. Okay. So now we'll set the text of that equal to the cur character dot character action dot action name. Ooh, that's the point. It's a mystery. So we're trying to find out who he is. Okay. Back on the game controller, let's drop the UI controller here. Action button prefab. Player. I think it's got to have an action name as well. Actually, I'm going to see if this works just without it. All right, let's see how badly this breaks. I guess I got to set Um, I don't think, do I not have the battle controller anywhere? Getting too ahead of myself here. Okay, so battle controller, and then I need to set that action button as a child of the HUD canvas. So we'll get a reference to the HUD canvas in the UI. I'll just get the canvas of that. Okay. Okay. I feel like there's a bunch of stuff I'm missing. Don't forget to instantiate your queue. Right now I'm just testing to make sure the UI pops up. But I do need to do that too. So begin battle should actually change this to battle state dot register characters. So we'll register the characters. Yeah. And I should probably wait a frame until we go to the display character action. So let's just make sure that we're actually registering our characters. Would help if I make the button actually do something. Just now rendering a video cutscene. Ooh, are you making an FMV game? All right, cool. And we are registering the battle characters in there. So we begin the battle. Which changes the battle state to register characters. The royalty-free music Wild West Drift. I don't know, I haven't really been listening to any music today. Maybe I'll find some good royalty-free music tomorrow. Might need to drop off here soonish. Hang on, I need to check on something real quick. I'll be right back. All right, so I see someone just joined in on the chat. Unfortunately, it looks like I got to drop off here. But I am still going to work a little bit more tonight. Gotta meet up with some family and do some things. But yeah, I'll be back streaming tomorrow morning. Don't know what time yet, probably a little earlier than later. I'm gonna have to drop off tomorrow kind of around noon time. But so yeah, this is what my game looks like. Not a whole lot going on there right now, but pretty much the idea of it. So the theme is out of control. So basically the idea, it's like a turn-based RPG type game, and it's you against a boss, and you're trying to, you know, obviously fight each other down to a health level of 0, but there's also a control meter, and so that control is a little bit of a resource, and so you can use that control to control sort of other neutral units in the playing field, and the main boss that you're fighting can basically control those units as well. And so I'm thinking that, you know, as the control meter gets down lower, then you know, eventually some types of random things start happening, and the game gets a little bit crazy. So that's kind of what I've got going so far. Yeah, I'm going to continue working tonight, and so hopefully I'll have some much more progress made by the stream starts tomorrow morning, and hopefully I'll have a build ready for you guys to play beginning tomorrow morning as well. So again, I have to drop off, but I really appreciate all of you for coming to hang out for the time that you did, especially Gary walking me through some of the kind of main code, talking about the like state machine, and kind of figuring out how I want the whole battle system to work. But I'm going to be continuing fleshing that out tonight, and yeah, so super excited. So anyways, take care everybody. I will see you tomorrow.